Welcome everyone to the stream. My name is Snake Man, captain of the Dream Harrier, the ship that flies with gaming space. Everything's going honky-dory tonight, and we're here to play more 428 Shibuya Scramble. We are in the 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock hour. Last time we made it through Osawa's 1 o'clock, where the detective made us dinner and we also unplugged the toilet or something. Yay, more pointy madness. Hello Gwyneth, hello Vito, hello Plombo, hello Faye, hello Blob, hello Barrier Trio, hello Kajarden. Yay, 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. We learned a lot. We learned that the boss has basically blackmailed us to staying on there. Hello. He was told that we were leaving Japan by his daughter, who is our wife, our second wife, not the mother of the kids that are currently in kidnapping or being chased by kidnappers and gunmen. A lot's going on for Mr. Osawa. He's got to deal with the possibility that his antibody got out and tested on real humans when it wasn't ready. And it sounds like it murdered everyone that tried it. And his daughter's kidnapped, and his other daughter is either going to get kidnapped or going to get shot. So he's having a time of it. But he has his nice detective man cooking lunch and give him a banana, so since we're at our keep out for Osawa, we need to move on to someone else. Minorikawa is trying to get all the information he needs for finishing the paper, the magazine. He is on his way to the Burning Hammer show, the demo. However, Tama just found out that all the Burning Hammer has been destroyed. Achi is still being run down by this guy with a gun. And Kano, I'm surprised his thing starts over here, made a new friend with the US Embassy secret agent. He also messed up by trying to catch the perp. But now he's got a new team. Let's go see how Tama's doing. Bottles of Burning Hammer litter the pavement, shattered into tiny bits of glass. Yeah, that was me. I did that. One time I did it with the forklift, and the other time I just threw the boxes. I'm sorry. Even if the recycling guy was really careless with the boxes, it shouldn't have caused this much of a mess. It looks like someone came along and actually threw them all over the place. The heck with this thing! Goodbye, Miracle Stone. I toss away the Miracle Stone, which has clearly brought me only bad luck. We can't have a product demo without a product. Which in turn means I won't be getting paid for this whole fiasco. Okay, we can do this. We can figure something out. I try to give myself a pep talk, but I hear the doubt in my own voice. I try to brainstorm anyway. Finding inspiration is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I rack my mind for the best course of action, and at long last I arrive at a conclusion. Somehow or another I'm going to have to sell some Burning Hammer, or I'll just have to find something else to sell. Oop. What do we think? Finding something else to sell? Finding more Burning Hammer. How are we gonna find more Burning Hammer? You know, I'm kind of curious what this top option will be, so I'm gonna pick it, but I think it would lead to something bad. Somehow or another, I'm going to have to sell some Burning Hammer. Maybe you can recreate it. The flyers have already been handed out. People have come to the demo expecting to get Burning Hammer. I may have to put it into some new bottles. and possibly water it down some. But getting this stuff sold is my only option. So is there enough to, Is there enough to salvage? My eyes alight on one of the cardboard boxes, and I notice an odd mark that's stamped on it. Wait a sec. It makes you happy. Also, didn't we see this box somewhere else? I've seen this before. I recall something Chidi said earlier. This is the sort of thing they'd sell in 100 yen shops or something. Ah, yes, it was there with the magic stone, the necklace I want. The mark on the box is the same one I saw at the shop that's selling the necklace. That's it. I can see if there's more at the knickknack shop. Guided by this ray of hope, I head for the knickknack shop as fast as I can run. A glimmer, a sliver, the ever-dwindling light in the distance. Point is, there's not much. Oh, we found Cheery. As soon as I reached the main road, I crashed right into someone. It's Cheedy. Oh, hey, you find it? She asks. She makes it sound like it's not really her problem. That's okay, Cheery's gonna buy it. Not yet, but I think we can stock up at the 100 yen shop. It's true that the necklace, we don't have enough for the necklace, but we do have cash on hand. And if the stuff is only 100 yen, we'd still be making some kind of profit. You know? The words are hard to get out when I'm panting as hard as I am. For now, just stay calm and go let the boss know. Got it. Leave it to me. Chidi nods and I break back into a run. Whoosh. Fast, Tama. I'm practically praying as I rush into the knickknack shop, where I immediately spot the cardboard boxes I saw earlier, still stacked up. Yes, I'm in luck. I dive into one of the boxes to check what's inside. It's packed with tiny bottles. There's no mistaking the noxious red liquid inside. That's Burning Hammer, all right. There's 50 bottles per box. And there are 4 boxes total. Assuming each bottle is 100 yen including tax, I can buy the whole lot with the 20,000 I've got in my wallet. Oh no. Per bottle is 100 yen. Oh no. Mr. Yanagashita said he was selling the bottles at the demo for 15,000 yen apiece. That way, if we sell all 200 bottles, he'll be able to pay back his debts, no problem. Whoa, what's the deal with you? The sales clerk's eyes go wide when he sees my getup. This stuff. I'd like your entire stock. I point at the Burning Hammer, and the clerk makes an awkward face. Oh, the clerk is the guy that's been picking up random stuff, so that's where he finds random stuff. I'm afraid that's already been sold. What? You mean like all of it? Nobody in the right mind could possibly want all this. Yes, all of it, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not going to roll over that easily. Whether I earn that extra 20,000 or not hinges on whether I can get this stuff. So we're spending 20,000 to make 20,000. Look, it'll all work out. Everything's fine. Please, you gotta help me out. I'm afraid it's out of my hands. Then could you get in touch with the buyer? Tell him I'm willing to negotiate. I suppose that wouldn't be an issue, but... Actually, would you mind waiting for just a moment? She said she'd be by ASAP. A she. After 5 minutes of waiting, the buyer still hasn't shown up. I don't think she's coming, I say. That's odd, the sales clerk murmurs. She said on the phone she'd come by just after 1 o'clock to pick them up. I really need this right away. I understand that, but... Please? It's out of my hands. By now the sales demo has already started. If I come back empty-handed, what was the point of all this effort? Gimme. I've already said I can't do that. Gimme. Would you please wait a moment? Grr. Why did they spend all that time trying to hand out samples? Why did they put this stupid costume on? Why did I miss out on lunch? Why? What was it all for? Eek! Look over there! It's the Chupacabra! Yoink! Tama has turned to a life of crime. Seizing the moment, I snatch up the boxes of burning hammer and make a run for it. Hey, hold it right there, miss. Oh no, he's in it. It turns out there was only one exit and he was standing in front of it. The sales clerk is quick to bar my path. Woof! I barrel my way right past him. I bump him harder than intended as I race by. He loses his balance and goes crashing through the display case at the front of his shop. At this point, you might as well take the necklace. You're already a criminal. Just go for it, girl. Oh no! At the same time, I hear something else topple over with a thud and a gurgle. Uh-oh. Some sort of liquid begins to gush from a red, polyethylene container. Uh-oh. The sales clerk's eyes go wide, his stare fixed on something on the sidewalk nearby. It's a cigarette. This does sound like a bad end, but it sounds like a wonderful bad end. The burning butt ignites the liquid in a sudden massive blaze. And now for today's news. Shortly after 1 o'clock this afternoon, there was an explosion at a variety store in Odagawacho in Shibuya, the cause of which remains unknown. Eyewitnesses report seeing an individual wearing a full-body cat costume fleeing the scene in the aftermath of the explosion. Well, we're fine. How is this a bad end? Police consider this individual a person of interest and have not ruled out the possibility that this bombing was a terrorist act. Several hours after the incident, the cat remains at large, and we got away with it! Everything's fine! Though it does look like we left the country on the run. I don't know. I think we could have been fine. Tama wound up as the prime suspect in an apparent terrorist bombing. If the buyer had shown up earlier, Tama's argument with the sales clerk might never have happened. To say nothing of the rest, as a matter of fact, the buyer was just outside the shop at the critical moment. She was held up when she happened to run into someone. That someone's actions at 13:05 are the key to changing Tama's fate. So it's not our choice that killed us, it's something else that killed us. So I guess we could leave that choice alone. Though I am curious what it would lead to if we try to sell something else. We could get a funny thing. I mean, Tama does have some of the best choice branches. Well, there's got to be like a dozen of these cat costumes out there, right? Let's go see what else we could sell. Maybe we could sell those shitty Tamagotchis. We can always come back and change this. I'll just have to find something else to sell. But what could that something be? I tried to think. Finding inspiration is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I racked my brain, searching desperately for a solution. The Onagachis? Nah, not exactly a must-have product. And even if we could sell a few, I don't know what they'd say about the folks carrying them around. What Dad'd say about the folks carrying them around. Best for the whole world if we keep them off the streets. Let's see, what else? The Miracle Stones. Aha! I've got it. I pick up the Miracle Stone I just tossed away, clutching it firmly in my mitt. Oh, that's a good picture. I tilt my gaze towards the heavens and make a wish. Please, grant me a miracle. And my wish is granted. I'd like one, please. I'll take 10. Mr. Yanagashita can barely keep up with the demand as the crowd clamors for their miracle stones. Everyone is smiling and laughing, their bodies enthusiastically swaying to and fro. You are happy, and you are happy. You are all very, very happy. Standing on stage, I hold up my miracle stone, swinging it like a pendulum as I recite my magic little chant. Bye! Bye! Buy a miracle stone! Stone! Ooh, stone! Stone! The room vibrates with cheering and rumbles, with applause. It really is like a miracle. I think I've actually turned this disaster around. Whoever smashed all the burning hammer? I don't know who you are or where you are. But thank you. I realize now that I'm crying tears of joy. I've never felt satisfaction like I feel right now, seeing all these blissful customers purchasing one miracle stone after another. It feels like nothing could possibly go wrong. Honestly, I'm just grateful to God that I get to be right here, or be here right now. I have the utmost conviction that this is where my life truly begins. It's not long after that epic sales event that I'm hired on by Yamato Health Foods Co. Limited. Pretty soon after that, I'm on a plane bound for South America. I'm on a business trip to purchase our next product, Amazonian Miracle Mud. We never did get out of the suit, but it's okay because I'm living the high life. South American business trip. I'm glad we went this route. Tama prospers in her new life as an employee of Yamato Health Food Co. Limited. This is but one possible future for her. And hey, maybe it's even a pretty decent one. Still, wouldn't you like to see what happens if she sticks to Burning Hammer? That was wonderful. I'm glad I saw that one. Alright, we gotta go fix it. Oh, I don't have to go anywhere? It literally just went straight into the bad end. That was a good one. That was worth going back for. I never know what it's worth to like go check all the choices or not. Because if I did, I might not ever... We might never finish this game, right? Okay. I think we're okay now. Yeah, we got to cause a fire? So that's what's going on over there. What's going on with Minorikawa? I mean, he's trying to get to the show. So if they don't have the product, I wonder what they're doing to kill time. Right. Left. Minorikawa sprinted down center guide, dodging between oncoming pedestrians. I'm gonna lower it just a tinge. Out of my way. Can't you people see I'm in a hurry? He stole a glimpse at his watch as he ran. The mysterious watch that tells us how we feel about the other gender. It was just after 1 o'clock. The Running Hammer sales demo would be getting underway any moment now. He could probably get an interview even if he showed up late. Still, he wanted to get to the venue ASAP to get a feel for things before they got started. The best time to scope out an event was before it started and after it ended. This was something he'd learned from Toyama. Everything he knew about journalism, the publisher had taught him. Oh, okay, so we do owe a lot to this guy. It had been a combative education. Minorikawa learning despite himself as the two men constantly butted heads. Oh, give me a break. What's wrong with my article? Minorikawa shouted. His voice was loud enough to carry throughout the editing department. Shut up. I told you to rewrite it, so rewrite it. Toyama sticking to his guns. Minorikawa recalled the scene from the days when the two men had worked at the same newspaper, and Toyama was his boss. I see. So that's why he called in Minorikawa. At the time, Toyama was the copy editor for local news, known as the Red Pen Gatekeeper. He would go around checking young reporters' copy like mad. Due to his vigorous efforts, a great many articles never made it to the page. What's wrong with it? Show me what's wrong. All of it. How can it be all of it? Oh, this is a new track. Coworkers stared, keeping their distance as the pair screamed themselves red in the face. These arguments had become a regular occurrence, regular enough that everyone had learned not to try to intervene. I poured my heart and soul into this piece. Go back and read it again. Look at the face Toyama's making. I could read it over and over and I'd still say the same thing. A load of self-important claptrap. Now go calm down and write me a more neutral piece. Taking neither of two opposing sides, the media typically seeks to adopt a neutral stance in reporting the news. Frequently, however, biased reporting still results in one-sided thinking taking hold amongst the general public. In the end, it is up to the individual to make an objective assessment of any news event. Calm down, you must be joking. I write what I feel in my heart. That's the one thing I refuse to back down on. That is the one thing that'll keep getting your copy rejected. Aren't you the one who told me to be bold and daring with my writing? Yeah, I did. But I don't remember telling you to write me garbage. By now, Minorikawa and Toyama were practically at each other's throats. Still, despite these almost daily shouting matches, Minorikawa never resented Toyama. Not really. How could he write a piece in a way that would shut Toyama up? Trying to figure that out was how he had developed his skills as a reporter. Up until he quit his position at the newspaper to start his own publishing company, Toyama had been a stubborn old man in the finest sense of the term. Now a dying breed in Japan, the sort who'd be inclined to use knuckles before words to remedy a child's bad behavior. Inflexible, but still emotionally brittle, their signature move is to drive a wayward kid out of the house with the explanation, "You fool, you're no son of mine. I disown you." Only to wait a while, go find the son who's crying down by the dry riverbed, and calmly murmur, "Come on, your supper's getting cold." That's a stubborn old man, alright. But then, in order to keep his company afloat, at some point he had abandoned all his ideals and principles. It was disgraceful. Just disgraceful. Thinking about it made Minorikawa's blood boil. It rankled him to know that such a pathetic remnant of a man had been such an influence on him. He reminded himself once again that he needed to wrap up his current job as soon as possible. By now, Minorikawa was getting close to the demo site. He increased his speed. Boing! He wound up barreling right into someone who's walking into a knick-knack shop. A newly opened general variety store. The place is primarily a secondhand shop, with posters inside proclaiming things like, "We'll take what you don't need," and "We buy computers at top prices." Oh, we killed her. It was a girl about high school age. She jumped to her feet, then snatched Minorikawa by the collar. Nope, never mind, she's killing us. "Hey, watch where you're going," she snapped. Her upper body strength was impressive, to say the least. The chokehold she had on his neck made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had to do something fast. Do we, sorry, bow our head in apology? Or take this, and he drove a punch right into the girl's flank. This would be the correct, I think this would be the nice option, and the correct option, because we were running, not looking where we were going. But I want to see if he can take this girl. I don't think he can. I think this girl will destroy him. And I would like to see that. So we do need to cause some violence, but it's only just to see him suffer. Take this. He drove a punch right into the girl's flank. To his amazement, the girl shrugged off the blow as if it were nothing. Her grip on his collar tightening further. I love her. She does not fuck around. Oh, you want to throw down, huh? She sneered. Shifting position suddenly, she snatched Minorikawa by the hair and dragged him out into the road. I did this on purpose. I knew we weren't taking her. Yeah, fuck him up. Before he could process the trouble he was in, it was already too late. Hey, Kurzlachi. Yeah, she's actually a magical girl. She's a pretty cure. He cowered away from her, shielding his face with his arms, only to feel the impact of a rain of punches and kicks on his exposed back and sides. Pain shot through his body as each blow landed with a perversely satisfying thump. And then the pain continued to intensify. Oh crap, I'm gonna die here, aren't I? Never thought my life would end so soon. Well, I wonder why she needed the burning hammer. I wonder if she can do a burning hammer to him. Huh? His assailant paused suddenly. Wait, don't I know you? She stared down into his face. Hey, you're Mr. Minorikawa. Shocked to hear his own name, Minorikawa peered up at the girl. Miku? Yeah. Wow, so you do remember me. Her tone was bubbly, as if the beating she's been dishing out was all fun and games. Oh, it was fun and games for her, alright. Sorry, I didn't realize it was you. I mean, we did try to hit her back, so it's also our fault. She held out a hand to help Minorikawa back to his feet. Wow, how long has it been? She asked. About 5 years, I think, he said cautiously. You, still doing your bonsai stuff? Nah, I gave that up. Mika had been Japan's bonsai champion back when she was in middle school. One day, local delinquents had vandalized dozens of Miku's bonsai pieces. Minorikawa had met her when he interviewed her about the incident. I want to get strong, she had said. I want to be able to beat those guys up. Yeah, fuck them up, Miku. And so Minorikawa had introduced Miku to an acquaintance of his who ran a martial arts dojo. Man, you sure have gotten strong, Minorikawa said. Oh, that's the sort of gal I am. Miku handed him a flyer. Look at this art. Look at this wonderful art. Hold on, I need a screenshot of that. I also need to put the screenshot button somewhere I can easily reach it. I could make a Steam screenshot, I guess, too. Ladies Mixed Martial Arts Pub Bride. Present this flyer for a free drink. It's a place where you can watch girls fight in the ring while you have some drinks, Miku said. That sounds pretty fun, actually. Minorikawa could feel himself being pulled in all the wrong directions by the prospect. You should write about this, Minorikawa. You should come see one of my matches sometime. I'm the current champion there. Yeah, fuck him up, Miku. Miku beamed with pride. Wait, you're the champion? Well, he'd seen firsthand how strong she was. Miku nodded. What are you up to now? She asked. Working? Yeah. Running around trying to get interviews. Right now I'm heading to... what was it again? The Nokane building, that's it. Oh, I can take you there, she said. I can use the exercise. And then she picks him up and then carries him to the building. Now, if you'll beg my pardon... Miku casually hefted Minorikawa up onto her back and broke into a jog. I called that one. Before long, they arrived at the Nokane building. Minorikawa thanked Miku as she set him down on the sidewalk and the two parted ways. Unbeknownst to them, the knick-knack shop they were just outside of just exploded. I want to know what their story is. At long last, he arrived at the Nokane building, where the event was being held. I'm sad I'm gonna have to probably change this happening. The wall by the elevator was plastered with posters about Bernie Hammer. If I change these events, though, he'll never find out. Get it or regret it. As seen in magazines. 100% weight loss guaranteed. You lose all your weight. This is blatantly false advertising. The messaging was kind of a mess. It felt like they'd been thrown together at the last minute. Minorikawa avoided the elevator in favor of the stairs, rushing up to the event site on the 3rd floor. Emerging from the stairwell, he saw more posters on the wall pointing the way to the sales demo. He followed the arrows to a room deeper within the building. Opening the door, he saw about 50 chairs. Most of them occupied by female attendees. There was a stage set up at the far end of the room, but nobody was on it. It appeared that the event had just begun, or had yet to begin. Minorikawa quickly looked over the crowd. Roughly half of the women were somewhat elderly. All of them looked like they could stand to lose some weight. Damn, Minorikawa. And for some of them at least, that ship had surely sailed some time ago. Damn, Minorikawa. The crowd gazed at the stage with rapt anticipation. I know Japan has like... Japan and Korea are pretty bad about body image things. Damn. A beverage that allowed you to eat plenty and still lose weight was definitely an appetizing proposition. Could something like that really exist, though? Ah, well. Minorikawa was just going to have to wait and see. He did his best to get his mind into journalism mode. There's no show. Time passed, but the demo didn't start. The audience began grumbling in frustration. Then a heavy-set young woman took the stage and gave a little bow. It was the girl from the cafe, the one with the amazing appetite. The audience broke into applause, their patience finally rewarded. Alright, Chiri, let's see what you got. But as everyone leaned forward expectantly, the girl on the stage began performing magic tricks. I like her cape. She twiddled a silk hat and pulled a bunch of flowers from inside it. I didn't know she could do that. Sparse applause rose up from the crowd. No, I changed it back to the other route. It's just, the other route is, Tama on the run for causing a giant explosion. So, we need to fix that. Which I think it means we have to fix us and, the Russell girl. The fighting girl. Which is a shame, because he might not get to reconnect with her. She performed another trick and another. Ta-da! A coin in her hand became 3 coins as she spoke her magic words. She's not very good at this, Minorikawa thought. Though whether she was good or bad wasn't really the issue. He had a tight schedule to keep. This was no time to stand around watching silly sleight of hand antics. Scanning the room, he spotted a man who looked like he was probably in charge. Minorikawa headed over to him. Hey, you the one running this thing? Well, yeah. When's the actual sales demo going to start? Soon, very soon, yeah. In, how many minutes? You know, soon. Oh, by the way, if this guy, and like, look up this guy's story in real life. Because it seems very tragic. To the point that, like, there's a British documentary about this guy's life. The actor, not the character. I don't remember the actor's name off the top of my head. He went through, like, a reality show hell, essentially. And even then, after that, he still couldn't make it as a variety host, like a comedian. Yeah, look up this guy. Yeah, it's I don't even want to go into it. It's kind of fucked up. You know, soon. I asked for a number, man. Just soon, real soon. This was getting him nowhere. 3 minutes, Minorikawa declared. He held up 3 fingers to emphasize his point. If this thing doesn't start in 3 minutes, if it doesn't start, then what? I'm gonna be heartbroken. I'm gonna start a ruckus. I'm just gonna go home. I'm gonna start a ruckus. I'm in violent Minorikawa mode. I'm gonna start a ruckus. He kept his voice firm, his words short and clipped. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a little silly little magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. Hey, wait a minute can't have passed already. 1 minute. Whoa! Just what kind of watch you got there? The watch that tells you what you think of the opposite gender. Tell me why the demo isn't starting. You know, no real reason, really. The man was getting seriously flustered. I just, you know, I wanted folks to see a little magic show first. Nope. Try again. 30 seconds left. Okay, alright. What happened is, the required merchandise, What happened to the merchandise? Minorikawa demanded. He gave the guy a dagger stare. Well, you know, it's just, Time's up. What? The man's face went pale. Wait, is this good? Are we in a good path? Where to keep out? Yeah, this is fine apparently. When does Tama explode? Tama explodes at 3:10. At 3:10 we were just arriving at the place, so maybe we actually did the correct thing here. Maybe someone else runs into Miku, or maybe Miku's not even the buyer and it's just a false flag that she's by the knickknack shop. Either way, I'm gonna leave it right now for that. Oh, if I don't fight her? Okay. I liked what we had though. I liked what we had going. Maybe we'll still reconnect and bond. Sorry, he bowed his head in apology. He was in too much of a hurry to get caught up in the argument now. I liked the timeline it was in, but the girl didn't let go. Oh, maybe she beats the shit out of him either way. Instead, she tightened her grip. Look, I'm I'm sorry for not looking where I was going. Minorikawa could barely croak out his apology. Oh, fine. I'll let it slide this once, the girl said. She relaxed her hold with a scowl. Wait, hold on. Are we back on the path? No, we're not. She stared good and hard at Minorikawa's face. She's so cheerful. I just realized she's like hugging them from behind. Hey, you're Mr. Minorikawa. She must have a thing for Minorikawa. Surprised, Minorikawa gave her another look. Miku? Yeah, it's me, Miku from Fortnite. Wow, so you do remember me. She smiled with delight, apparently forgetting that she had just been wringing his neck. Wow, how long has it been? She asked. About 5 years, I think. You still doing your bonsai stuff? Nah, she replied. I gave that up. Miku had been Japan's bonsai champion back when she was in middle school. This time we get to learn about bonsai. The mention of bonsai likely calls to mind elderly hobbyists, but recently the art is attracting more young people, as are other aspects of Japanese-style interior design. Varieties of cherry and maple, smaller than normal bonsai, are becoming popular with practitioners, as are fruit-bearing trees such as plum-leaf apple. There are even spherical balls of soil covered in moss, shaped to look like little cute little miniature planets, with plants growing over their surface. One day, local delinquents had vandalized dozens of Miku's bonsai pieces. Minorikawa had met her when he interviewed her about the incident. I want to get strong, she had said. Strong enough to beat those guys up. And so Minorikawa had introduced Miku to an acquaintance of his who ran a martial arts dojo. Well, you sure have gotten strong, alright, Minorikawa said. That's the sort of gal I am. Miku handed him a flyer. It read, oh, we're getting lots of new shots. Ladies Mixed Martial Arts Pub Bride. We're also getting explanation of why it's called Bride. A show pub that began as a side venture for a group of female mixed martial art fighters who were facing financial difficulties. There is an octagonal ring inside the pub, and the rules state that anything goes between the young women who fight inside. Customers are able to take in the fights while enjoying their drink. Yeah, it does this every now and then. Sometimes they'll put you back on the path. I think it has to go to another block on the timeline, and it will let me skip ahead if it's something I've seen before. So since we haven't seen these shots, it's not letting me skip ahead. Present this flyer for a free drink. It's a place where you can watch girls fight in the ring while you have some drinks, Miku said. That sounds pretty fun, actually. Minorikawa could feel himself being pulled in all the wrong directions by the prospect. You should come see one of my matches. You should come see one of my matches sometime. I'm the reigning champion. Miku beamed with pride. Wait, you're the champion? Yikes, good thing I apologized when I did. Yeah, if I tried to beat her up, I'd get my ass kicked. In that case, I'll definitely have to swing by sometime soon. Right now I'm in sort of a hurry, though. Oh, sure. Catch you later, then. She headed into the shop as Minorikawa rushed off towards the sales demo. Okay, so that probably fixed stuff at Tama. We didn't get carried, though. Yeah, it's letting me skip now. I can go back to this. I could cause something else instead of a ruckus. I'm gonna be heartbroken. I'm gonna be heartbroken. He kept his expression blank as an empty slate. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. Hey, a minute can't have just passed already. No, that's just putting me... That put me right back on the path. What if I go home? I'm gonna go home. I'm just gonna go home. He kept his tone clipped and cool. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a little silly magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. Nope. Okay. It always puts me back here. So this choice is not real. But I do want to threaten. I want the timeline to state that I'm going to start a ruckus. But yeah, we're still in the keep out. Nothing changed there. So yeah, instead of getting carried to the building, we went our separate ways. And that probably means that Tama's okay. Now Tama gets to fight Miku. Let's get over here. Oh, I can't go there. I can go here, though. I'm afraid that's already been sold. What? You mean, like, all of it? Nobody in their right mind could possibly want all of this. Yeah, all of it, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not gonna roll over that easy. Whether I earn that extra 20,000 or not hinges on whether I can get this stuff. Please, you gotta help me out. I'm afraid it's out of my hands. And could you get in touch with the buyer? Tama wants all of it. Tama's ready to wrestle. Tell them I'm willing to negotiate. I suppose that wouldn't be an issue, but... Actually, would you mind waiting here for a moment? For just a moment? She said she'd be by ASAP. Alright, new content. Even as I'm speaking with the sales clerk, a girl wearing a hoodie comes in. She's got a tiny frame and a doe-eyed face. Don't underestimate her, Tama. Hey, I've come to pick up something I reserved, she says. This must be the customer the clerk was talking about. Please pardon my intrusion, but... Would you be willing to let me have these diet drinks? I bow extra deep and my costume head wobbles all around. Wait, what? I'll pay you double what they're worth. No can do. I've never seen this brand before. I'm super curious about it. Surely you don't need this many, though. I do. I make my living with my body. This is about how much I'll need. Oh, wow, the sales clerk interjects. What sort of work do you do, exactly? I'm a martial artist. Did she have blue eyeliner in the previous shots? I fight at a place called Bride. You might have heard of it. It's one of the more popular hotspots in Shibuya these days. Oh, I know the place, the sales clerk says, brimming with sudden excitement. That pub where they have cosplay martial art competitions, right? Hold on, what are we talking about now? What's Bride? I've seriously never heard of the place. It's a nightlife spot where ladies cosplay as anime characters, but they fight for real. I've been wanting to check it out, but they've hit their membership cap, the sales clerk explains. At present, the exclusive Bride has already exceeded its allotted numbers of members and is not accepting new ones. Given the buzz about how both the costumes and the fights are really something to see, memberships that are auctioned off online command quite high prices. So, there are scalpers for everything. Did anyone play Yakuza 0 and you end up in an underground fight club with girls in bikinis and you play a rock, paper, scissors game that is actually a adaptation of a Beetle fighting game that Sega made in arcades? And then when they remade Yakuza 1 with Kiwami, they made the girls the actual Beetles? It's so funny. That the Beetle game is emulated in MAME. I could look at, or D-Mule. I think it's in D-Mule. So then, he must be pretty strong, huh? He says to the girl. Well, I mean, I may not look it, but I'm the current champion. The girl proudly adopts a fighting stance. Would you accept the challenge from me? I ask. Yeah, Tama, go at it. A challenge? If I win, you have to let me have all of this. The girl breaks into a confident smile. You have no idea. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with here? She asks. I intend to find out. It is really good. This is probably the thumbnail. If I can find a way to get to this as a thumbnail without the text. If I can set... So I assume all these pictures are ripped, but I don't want to look for them because I'll see something I haven't seen yet. Plombo, if I sent you to go find a picture that is, you know, the rip from the game, would you do it for me? Let me take a screenshot just in case, so I remember. I have just got to see this. Oh wow, the sales clerk exclaims, I've just got to see this. I'm glad to have him egging us on. Well, if you're that set on it, then sure, I accept your challenge. Sweet. We've established our terms. This burning hammer may yet be mine. The girl cracks her knuckles, clearly eager for a fight. I've got to win this. Somehow or another, I have got to. I mean, I've got to be good at something. Facing off against this fighter is going to show me what I'm made of. That's right, for those who are new, Tama, as far as we know, has amnesia. She doesn't know who she is. She gave a fake name. And all she remembers is that she saw a necklace that she wants to buy that called out her name, or called out to her. And that's why we're doing this job. Also, we're stuck in the suit. The suit zipper broke and we're stuck in it. You know, we can't cut it because the guy won't make a return on the, you know, he's renting the suit. You get it. Yeah, as long as you can actually find them. I don't know. I assume they're out there. Maybe she's really good. I adjust my opponent. And by challenge, I naturally mean rock, paper, scissors. Let's play a rhyming game. Let's have ourselves a straight up fight. I'm going to assume that the Jonkin match is probably the actual correct answer. So I'm going to pick the fight because I want to know. Let's go. Let's have ourselves a straight up fight. The girl grins nice and wide, like she'd been waiting to hear me say that. Okay, you're on. The name's Miku, by the way. Challenge accepted. I might be able to get the shot without the text right there when it's fading out. Like right before it fades out. Miku and I march out of the shop, out on the pavement. We stare each other down. I'm glad she brought gloves to this. I would say that we're padded, but we bumped someone's head with our head and somehow we hurt ourselves, so maybe we actually feel pain from the suit. So, if you win, I'll let you buy the burning hammer, Miku says. But if I win, I get to keep it, and you have to pay for it. What? Isn't that a little unfair? If you don't like it, then it's no fight. No deal. I don't have time to rethink this. Alright. Ready whenever you are. Miku does a little brisk shadow boxing, throwing a repeated 1-2 combination. A training technique for boxing. Involves practicing strikes, guards, and evasions against an opponent who isn't actually there. Oh, we got a crowd. Oh, what's the deal? Is something going on? It's a street fight! A number of people pass by, including a businessman, a couple, as well as some pretty gruff-looking fellows. And some of them stop to form a small crowd. The couple is Achiendo and Hitomi Osawa. They passed by while running away from some mysterious foreigners. So we actually have a jump point for Achi here, though it should be X'd out. Yep. It's funny that they get to stop and look at this. As well as some pretty gruff-looking fellows. Asao Ozu and his underling, Yutaro Sagawa, members of Tenryugumi's Yakuza Syndicate. The Tenryugumi operates a lending firm called Takarada Financing, and these two have been tasked with collecting outstanding debts. They've already collected from one client today. Next, they plan on grabbing lunch before heading off to find their next target. So those are the two that I've been shaking down people. The sales demo's already started by now. I don't have time to goof around here. I watch as Miku starts up her footwork. A left jab. She's quick. I can see why she's the champ. Aya! She immediately follows up the jab with a wide right hook. A type of punch involves swinging the arm in a wide arc to strike the opponent from the side. In mixed martial arts bouts, it is common to see a fighter continue the momentum from a hook to catch the opponent by the arm, transitioning immediately into a takedown and pin. I jerk aside at the last possible moment and deliver a little swat to Miku's shoulder. Oh, we're really fast, we're Ultra Instinct. Whoa! She slips off balance and pitches forward. Oh wow, what was that? The crowd had started clamoring. Miku rights herself and gets back into a fighting stance. What the? How? She doesn't seem to know what just happened. Rah! This time I watch as she unleashes a kick with her left leg from a distance. On reflex, I bring up my right hand and adopt a guarding stance. Gotcha, she calls out. It was a feint. There was a visceral whump as a second kick connects, coming at me from a different angle. What a good kick. Whoa, what gives? The big mascot head serves to cushion the blow to the point that I barely feel it. Explain yourself the last time we hit our head, Tama. Please, I want the explanation. Whoa! Hiya! She proceeds to unleash a string of additional kicks with her left leg, trying to defeat my fuzzy armor. Eventually, I catch hold of her foot, holding her off balance. I begin to walk her backwards, making her hop awkwardly on one leg. Oh no! We're the new champion. Gwah! A casual flip of my paw and Miku goes whirling through the air. I didn't know we had Ultra Instinct. Whoa, oh, ah! The crowd erupts into cheering and applause at the spectacle. Phew. You're tough. Who the heck are you? As you can see, I am a cat. A wry smile comes to Miku's face. To think a bride competitor would lose in a street fight. Guess it's time to go back to being an ordinary girl. No, you got what it takes, girl. Train. Goku would tell you to train to defeat him. Today is the day I retire. No, I don't like this timeline. Ah, phew. Good match there. Miku clasps my hand firmly. But hey, I'm just glad that my last opponent was you. Oh, Yuri? Secret fighting Yuri? Why is this game so good? I always stuff the boxes of the diet drink. So, how much does this come to? I asked the sales clerk. He shakes his head. Oh, don't worry about payment. You've more than earned it with that spectacular display just now. See, we're getting it for free. Oh, but we've retired a badass girl before Minorikawa could watch her fight. Oh well. Heck, even I'm shocked by what just happened. Maybe we're secretly, like, super goated, but no one knows because we have amnesia? It's amazing what a little desperation will do for you. So that move you used, that was some Aki Jujitsu, right? A traditional Japanese martial art that emphasizes learning to anticipate an opponent's first move and instantaneously counterattack. Skilled practitioners can toss and throw opponents with a simple touch. The art predates the development of the more pacifistic Aikido, and so some dangerous techniques still remain. Huh? Oh, I guess. I tilt my head non-committally. Come now, don't need to be so humble. I'm a martial arts fanatic. I know my moves when I see them. The knickknack shop owner, Taisei Yasuda, watches roughly 350 martial arts fights a year. He is particularly fond of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and is thinking about studying it himself. There's a dojo he's been eyeing, but he's rather timid, and has thus far only waffled non-committally outside the entrance to the place. He can call it whatever he wants if he's letting me have the drinks for free. This is going to be a lifesaver. Is that all the shopping you'll be doing for with us today? He asks. Actually, come to think of it, I do have one request, I say. Sure thing. Could you please not sell that necklace there? I promise I'll be back to buy it later. Sure, no problem. The sales clerk gives a deep bow. I did it. I managed to solve my burning hammer problem. Now I've just got to get back to the sales demo. Oh, he's pointing now. He's pointing at us. Oh, that must be awfully heavy. Here, why don't you use that dolly? The sales clerk indicates a hand truck over in the corner. Oh, thanks so much. I load the pile of boxes onto the cart and rush back to the Nokane building. That was convenient. I'm a dolly. By now the sales demo will be well underway. I need to get back as soon as I can. If there's nothing to buy, the customers are going to leave, and everything I've gone through will have been for nothing. Whoosh. Well, that lady's got cool hair. Come on, Tama, you can do it. Just gotta hurry. I charge for the demo, pushing the dolly ahead of me like a battering ram. Ah, oops. Sorry to keep you waiting. You're late. What the heck have you been doing? Mr. Yanagishita practically throws himself at me. The weight must have been killing him. This guy's gonna get heartbroken or cause a ruckus. I don't know what. Standing behind him is a man I don't recognize. Who is that guy? Do I want to jump back? No, I kind of want to see this through from Tama's point of view first. He doesn't look like a customer. Okay, Tama, just come with me for a moment. I follow Mr. Yagishita into the break room. Sorry I'm late. There was a whole bunch of stuff that happened. But look, I got the product back. I proudly open up one of the cardboard boxes. Ah, it's Burning Hammer. It really is. Yanagishita clutches the boxes close, nuzzling it with his cheek. How's the demo going? I ask. I've got Chiri keeping them occupied with some magic tricks. This is a magic trick. I sneak a peek through the door and see Chiri guzzling orange juice from a gigantic container, draining it in one go. Why do they have this orange juice in a... Whatever. Is that really a magic trick? If it buys time, it's magic enough. Before long, the last of the juice is gone. I'm worried for Chiri. She's drinking this Burning Hammer stuff. She's drinking all this orange juice. She ate all that food. Ate 2 lunches. Over in the corner of the stage, I see 6 more huge containers, all likewise empty. Oh no! Is she gonna be okay? It's shocking to think that she may have drunk all 7 of those things dry. The audience erupts into sincere applause. Like they've forgotten what they originally came here for. Chiri comes back to the break room, positively drenched in sweat. Oh, I think I should have stuck to doing imitations for a little longer. No, that was fantastic, Chiri, Mr. Yagishita says. Just fantastic. Thanks to you, we've had enough time to get the Burning Hammer back. Oh yeah, I learned that that's a Mamel. I posted it in Dot Level's channel, because she's always talking about Shirin. I guess she has a Shirin emote, also? He bows profusely. Alright, now it's time for the main event. Who's this guy? Chiri, go out there and guzzle down some Burning Hammer. Get yourself all drenched in sweat. Got it? Aye, aye, boss. And Tama, just go up there, smile all big and say, this helped me lose a bunch of weight, too. Got it? Got it. Good. Now then... Yanagashita gestures to a man I hadn't noticed before, who's been waiting quietly nearby. Of course. Begging your pardon, miss. It's a service rep from the rental shop, who proceeds to try to get me out of my mascot suit. The Masamichi Fukuma, employee of Far East Costume Rentals, the only son of company president Shigemichi Fukuma. He is one of the few people who know what Shigemichi looks like, as his father is usually clad in a rabbit costume. Masamichi has harbored a strong dislike for both his father and mascot costumes ever since the old man showed up at school on Parents' Day one year dressed in his inevitable rabbit suit. Nevertheless, the son has acquiesced. I'm bad with this word. Acquiesced to his father's wishes, and someday he'll inherit the family business, which he hates. That's Japan, baby. I think I got to it. Acquiesced. Oh, that's odd. The rental guy tilts his head. What's the matter? Yanagashita asks nervously. Yeah, this is a no-go. The rental guy pokes his finger at the back of my suit. This here zipper, it's all jammed up. It's gonna take a long time to get this thing off. What are the chickens? We know what the little blue mammal is? What are the chickens? Oh, that's hold on, how did I get to this loadout? Hold on. Somehow I end up in the wrong... I'm gonna screenshot that. It's up in the upper left-hand corner. I think that's another Shirin character, right? I'll have to send this picture to Dot Level Discord as well. What the hell? Mr. Yagashita clutches the sides of his head. The rental guy tries tugging at the costume from various angles, hoping to free up the zipper, but like he said, it's no use. Meow. Oh, that's a thief walrus. Oh, of course. The rental guy's eyes widen at the sudden sound of a cat's mewling. Was that you? He looks at me confused. Did you hear a cat meowing? Yes. What, was it you? No, not me. I'm as surprised as he is. Must be hearing things. Mr. Yanagashita and Chiri don't seem to have heard anything. Right, I imagine it's different localizers and publishers and stuff. Spike-Chunsoft themselves. I think there was a DS sharing that came out in America. I imagine that was done by some other company localizing. Things like that. Bah! Yanagashita's fuming. Just my luck. Finally find a cute model and the crowd's never gonna see her. 4 different publishers plus various fan translations. Yeah. That N64 one is translated. I hear that's a neat looking one. I've never played a Mystery Dungeon. I've only played, for console roguelikes, I've only played like Toe Jam and Earl, which is like a very strange and barely a roguelike. And then I've played a little bit of Fatal Labyrinth, which is the Genesis roguelike, which predates what's the guy's name? What's the Dragon Quest guy? Shop guy? Dragon Quest shop guy? Eats the bread. Famously eats bread. I can't think of his name. I have so much. Yeah, Tornico. Yeah, Fatal Labyrinth predates the Tornico game by like 2 years. It's pretty impressive. Sega had Fatal Labyrinth, and then they had another game on Game Gear that basically is Fatal Labyrinth but Game Gear. I have not streamed Fatal Labyrinth. Who have you seen? Definitely played it, but I've never got the hang of it. Yeah, I've not streamed it yet. I want to play Cave Noir, which is a Konami roguelike for Game Boy. Yeah, Game Boy. Hey, boss, the customers are going to leave if you keep them waiting much longer, Cheery says. Oh, you have played Fatal Labyrinth before. That's good. What do we do? Want me to go out there and do some more impressions? Chiriko's... Oh, right, her full name's Chiriko. Chiriko's repertoire of impressions. A sea lion yawning. A harbor seal hailing a cab. A walrus reading sutras. A fur seal who can't reach the itchy spot on its back. A Stellar's sea lion taking a nap. What's a Stellar's? Stellar's sea lion. Yeah, I guess the music's kind of loopy. You should try the Game Gear one. I think the music I liked better, but I can't remember. No, we don't have any choice. Tama, you're just gonna have to go out there dressed like that. Are you sure? I ask. If those people go home, we're done for, he exclaims. Just get out there and get started. I'm counting on you two. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. The fucking look on their face. Cheery and I spring into action on stage. But now I am proud to introduce to you the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. The latest product from the West that has taken the diet world by storm. I'm assuming Mr. Yamaguchi is saying all this. I like his boombox version of his theme music. Every seat in the house is packed. That means there's about 40 people here. We only need to sell 5 bottles to each customer in order to sell out. I'm hit with a sudden jolt of motivation. Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary new diet drink works. It's magic, Cheery begins. The plan is for me to describe how the drink works, and then Cheery will demonstrate it with a taste test. All eyes are fixed on us. I begin. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. Astonished gasps rise up from the crowd. Just take a look at this marvelous red liquid. Even looking at it makes you feel like you'll be shedding weight, right? Here's how Burning Hammer works. It activates the capsaicin found in chili peppers. The primary spice component of chili peppers, said to be effective for improving blood flow and stimulating the burning of fat. Because it is a severe skin and eye irritant, it is also an ingredient in some forms of pepper spray for personal defense. I pause to take a deep breath before continuing. And rapidly breaks down the triglycerides responsible for causing obesity. Though the term is frequently used in recent years to simply refer to the state of being overweight, obesity in the clinical sense is a medical condition involving interrelated health issues, including excess body fat, hyperlipidemia, and glycemia. Individuals suffering from obesity are at high risk of complications such as coronary heart disease, diabetes, and sleep apnea. Again, the crowd hums with excitement. This response is better than I could have hoped. We're off to a terrific start. And now, this young lady here will demonstrate Burning Hammer's effects before your very eyes. Cheery steps into the spotlight. Just wait till you see how much she sweats. Proof that the fat is being burned right there on the spot. Cheery holds a bottle of Burning Hammer up high. Cheers! I like that she's already sweating. As she opens the bottle, however, one of the women in the front row speaks up. Hold on. She's already sweating pretty hard. She's right. Cheery's drenched in sweat from head to toe. Another woman chimes in, suspicious. Oh, that juice drinking from earlier. That was all just to make her sweat like that, weren't it? All of a sudden, the crowd is in an uproar. No, not at all. Drinking Burning Hammer makes you sweat way more than this. I like the one on the left. She's freaking out. I rush the towel off Cheery's sweat for her. Go on, hurry up. Drink it down. See, she's fine now. Cherry's face screws up unpleasantly as she gulps down the bottle. And the sweat doesn't come. Ah. God, why isn't it working? I exclaimed, the audience momentarily forgotten. The Miracle Stones were a miracle. They gave Tama a miracle, and thus they were real. And thus they needed to be bought. They're actually real and miraculous. They're just no one knows. No one believes. I guess I've already sweated out too much, Tiri replies, unfazed. Well, why were you sweating so much? Look, you were taking forever at the 100 yen shop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The crowd shifts from uproar into riot. Did she just say 100 yen shop? Scowling customers begin to close in. They're gonna kill us. No, that's not it. You've got it all wrong. Please, just listen. Oh, we can see what's going on here. The situation has gotten out of control. Look, this product's so valuable that a 100 yen shop is about the only way we could get it. Uh-oh. I think I just put my foot in it. The customers glare at me, their eyes bright with rage. Please let me apologize. Asking for forgiveness seems to be my only option. Haha, kidding, that was just a joke. I gotta play this all smooth. Hunk of lamb chop. It's a clumsy attempt to force it off, but it's my only option. I don't understand the hunk of lamb chop, but I want to go with it. I was gonna go with the joking one, but a hunk of lamb chop. Hunk of lamb chop. It's a clumsy attempt to force it off, but it's my only option. She said hunk of lamb chop, I repeat. Meaning that Bernie Hammer is just so incredibly filling. Having just one tiny bottle will feel like you've eaten a big, meaty meal. Yeah, that's what she meant. So 100 yen shop turns into hunk of lamb chop. Yeah, sure. I mean, they had to figure something out for, like, the language difference here. I guess this will work. Uh-huh, sneers one customer. Sure. Do they really sell this at 100 yen shops? Rats, we didn't manage to distract them. 100 yen shop? What's that? Answer me! Do they really sell these at 100? Look, I cry. It's a chupacabra! I thrust my arm out to point, only to accidentally catch one of the attendees in the head with my fuzzy fist. Oh, now we're throwing down. The woman lets out a muted groan and sinks to the ground unconscious. Holy shit, Tama. First you beat Miku, then you just knocked out one person in a single punch. Our power is too intense, we cannot control it. The rest of the crowd stares at me, stunned. Oops, I murmur. Tama! Mr. Yanagashita rushing out of the break room. What the heck are you doing? Abort! He howls. If you let these people know the truth about the stuff, they'll never buy it. Uh-oh. Now you've done it. Cherry doesn't hesitate to point the finger at him, her stare ferocious. Ah, whoops. Realizing what he just blurted out, Mr. Yanagashita is aghast. Oh, they are ready to kill him. Now there really is no saving this. The customers descend upon Mr. Yanagashita, their wrath of terror to behold. So then it is true. What the hell are you trying to pull? I can't believe you tried to sell this crap for these prices. Uh-oh, they're coming. Oh. Aye! This is a good face. The throng goes on the attack. Help! Cherry and I force our way through the angry mob, hoping to find some way to calm these people down. Cursing and profanity fill the air. The shouts are accompanied by merciless, open-handed slaps. I get all jostled and tumbled about, and my mascot costume takes a bad beating. Oh, is this how we get out of the costume? Or is it just all beat the shit out? Finally, I think we're in bad end. Finally, the storm passes. Though, I mean, this would give Minorikawa a great article. Yeah, I mean, she must be immortal, like invincible in that costume. It's over. It's all over. Mr. Yanagashita wails to the empty room. So, boss? About getting paid. Even Chiri seems hesitant to ask. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, obviously. Yanagashita doesn't so much as look up. His shoulders slump further in defeat. I'll take payment any kind. Or, I'll take payment in kind, then, Chiri says. Mind if I take this burning hammer home with me? Sure, Yanagashita says lifelessly. Go right ahead. Alright, I'll be off then. Later, Tama. Out of here. Chiri picks up the cardboard boxes and heads out. Sir? It's the man from the rental place. Sir? It's the man from the rental place. I believe you still owe me for the costume rentals. Alright, how much was it again? Mr. Yanagashita rummages in his pockets. Well, given the severe damage, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to add the full cost of the cat suit to your bill. Your total comes to 200,000 yen. What's that? 200 yen? No, sir. 200,000. Huh? Sorry, I can't hear at all. I think I might have ruptured my eardrum. 200,000 yen, sir. Okay. Yanagashita takes all the cash he has in his wallet and holds it out reluctantly. That's only 20,000, sir. Oh, they're all messed up. The rental guy furrows his brow. I'm afraid this won't cover it. I understand that, but I don't got no more than this. Don't got no more? Sir, please, you're not a child. Then give me a discount. Make it 20,000. Instead of the 200 you owe? You know I can't do that, sir. But Mr. Yanagashita refuses to back down. Ah, that's right. Insurance. I got insurance in the event the suit wound up damaged. No, you didn't. No, I did. You did not, sir. No, I did. Then where's your paperwork to prove it? Yanagashita calmly claps a hand to his chest. Right here. The paperwork is here, inside my heart. The rental guy clutches the sides of his head in exasperation. And believe me, I feel his pain. You know what, never mind. I'm gonna leave this to my boss. Shigemichi Fukuma, president and owner of Far East Costume Rentals, notable for the fact that he's usually wearing his favorite rabbit costume. To Shigemichi, his costumes are like his children. If he were to hear that one of his suits had been ruined, he would probably never forgive Yanagashita, adding to the man's already considerable list of enemies. Turning his back on the ruins of the sales demo, he slumps his way out of the room. So far, we have not hit a bad end, though. Now it's just me and Mr. Yanagashita. Please try not to let it get you down so much, sir, I say as cheerfully as I can muster. He's already down on the floor, a sobbing mess. You wouldn't know what it's like to feel so utterly hopeless. I think I might have an idea, sir. In fact, I'm sure of it. At this point, there's nothing more I could possibly do. He slumps forward, trembling like a willow tree. Things will turn around soon enough, I'm sure. You don't know me like I know me, he says. There's not going to be any turnaround, not after this. Okay, now this little pity party is starting to piss me off. You know, if you think you're the only person who's had a run of bad luck, you are dead wrong. I wind up shouting the words louder than I intended. Mr. Yanagashita whips his head back up. Yikes, where'd that come from? I need to tell you something. My pent-up emotions come surging to the surface. I have amnesia. Yanagashida's eyes go wide. What? I can't remember anything from before this morning. In short, amnesia. Amnesia can have a variety of causes. Psychogenic amnesia is caused by stress or psychological trauma, whereas endogenous amnesia? A powerful blow to the head causes physical trauma to the brain. In the latter case, memories and other normal functions frequently return once the cranial nerves recover. My name? How old I am? Where I live? Any of it. I would much rather be in your shoes, sir. Mr. Yanagashita looks at me with a hint of disbelief. So, where'd you get the name Tama, then? I thought of it when I saw the Tamagoyaki in those lunchboxes. Ah, Tamagoyaki. Tama. I get it. He claps himself on the thighs as if he's had some big eureka moment. But wait, how come you lost your memories? Well, I don't know for certain, obviously. I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure I took a hard blow to the head. When I came to, I was inside of a storehouse with a massive headache. A storehouse? A surge of vertigo washes through me as I recall waking up in that strange dim place. Looks like a computer shop. Or storeroom. We're not Achi's sister. No. Wait, Achi's sister is alive but just in the hospital, right? Are we Achi's sister? I don't know. We're probably not old enough then to be like what he thought we were a model and stuff, though. That probably doesn't line up. I don't know. But that did look like a storeroom for electronics, because there are computer monitors and computer towers. Yeah, I had just gotten out of there when you flagged me down, sir. Ah, really? So it is pretty unnerving then, not knowing who you are. He sounds like he's taking me more seriously now. Yeah, it sure is. But it's not gonna do me any good to just fret over it. And besides, I've got a clue. What sort of clue? There's a necklace I saw at a knick-knack shop. The same place I found the burning hammer. Somehow I know that it's important to me. And so you took this job so you could afford to buy it. I nod. Of course. Now that the job has ended in a total bust, I've lost my shot at getting it. Okay then. Mr. Yamashita removes his shoe, then yanks out the insole. This here really is the last of my money. He pulls out 20,000 yen, adds it to the other 20,000 from his wallet, and thrusts it all towards me. Here you go, he says. That includes the reimbursement for the burning hammer you picked up. I pluck up the two of the 10,000 yen bills between my fingertips. I actually didn't have to pay for it, so the 20,000 we agreed upon is fine. But how about you, sir? Are you gonna be okay? Like, after all this? Compared to your misfortunes, mine are nothing. They might send me up the creek without a paddle, but I'll bounce back somehow. I'm sure of it. And then, clutching his fist, Mr. Yanagashita gets a far-off look in his eye. And then, one more time, I'm gonna go see a bride fight. My jaw nearly drops. Bride? Like the martial arts pub? Wait, you know about Bride? Man, I've spent so much money at that place. Wow, it is a small world. Especially that Miku. I wonder how much she has made me spend. Miku, huh? I'm pretty sure I just accidentally forced her into retirement. But I decided to keep quiet on that front. He nods. To be honest, the reason I borrowed all that money was to pay my tabs at that place. And I had to borrow from some pretty shady sources, too. I can't help but suspect that this poor guy got a real raw deal. He's got a good heart, though. Why don't you take that mascot costume with you? Huh? I mean, I don't really need it. No, I insist. Take it with my blessing. Sure. I'll be on my way then. And now we got a free mascot costume. And the money to buy the necklace. Out in the hallway, I passed by the man I'd noticed earlier. The one I didn't recognize. I also have another jump point for him. Odd. The sales demo's over. I wonder why he's still here. I give him a faint nod and he nods back before slipping into the demo room. I don't think anything I could have chose would have stopped that angry mob, probably. I should keep my fingers crossed for the guy. At least I'm back outside the building. I feel bad about not returning the catsuit to the man from the rental place. Still, I can't just walk around town wearing this thing. I'll stick out like a sore thumb. I figure it's best to just leave it behind. And then it dawns on me. Hold on! I still can't get this thing off! It's time I skin this cat. I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. It's not worth the struggle. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. I figure I'll head to the knick-knack shop as is. Let's try getting out. Let us free our inner Tama. It's time I skin this cat. The exact origin of the phrase, "there's more than one way to skin a cat," is uncertain and the matter of some dispute, though it appears to have arisen in the latter portion of the 19th century. It's hard to imagine why anyone would want to conjure up such a gruesome mental image. Yeah, it reminds me of... Yeah, I don't usually, like, I never really watched Naruto, but there's a character, Sakura, and she does that all the time. Has, like, a mental image of herself doing funny expressions and stuff. I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. I take hold of the head in both hands and yank it upward as hard as I can. Uh-huh? Please tell me I'm not just imagining things. The head feels a whole lot looser than it did before. If I give it a good enough push, then maybe... Rog! I mean, we're so powerful now. We've actually probably leveled up multiple times. It comes off. I did it! I slip out of the rest of the cat costume and gleefully abandon it as I head for the knick-knack shop. Keep out. Well, we reached the keep out point with her. And theoretically, like, supposedly she's free. We've never seen Tama. She is a mystery, an enigma. Yeah, well, we couldn't do much. It was holding her power level back. So we could go back to Minorikawa and see how he saw all those things out. Or we could go to Achi, who supposedly ran into the street fight. I kind of want to see what Minorikawa is up to. Post, I want to see this happen from his viewpoint. I'm going to start a ruckus. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. Hey, a minute can't have just passed already. 1 minute. Oh! Just what kind of watch you got there? Tell me why the demo isn't starting. Well, you know, no real reason, really. The man was getting seriously flustered. I just, you know, I wanted folks to get to see a little magic show first. Nope. Try again. 30 seconds left. Okay, alright. What happened is, the required merchandise, What happened to the required merchandise? Minorikawa demanded. He gave the guy a dagger stare. Well, you know, it's just, Time's up. What? The man's face went pale. Oh, we weren't at a keep out point before, right? Were we at a keep out point? I don't think... Yeah, that didn't have the... Oh, it didn't have the stripe? We were at the keep out point, but it didn't have the stripe because we changed the choice back and we never went through the dialogue to get to the keep out point. That's what happened. So I guess the question is that we can jump to Minorikawa. Yeah, usually a keep out point we have to jump to get out of it. Oops. But we can't actually. That's not a jump point we can use. Interesting. So we're at a keep out for Tama. I don't think anything that we do is going to affect this. I think this... Well, we might get like a different ending maybe. What was this jump point? This one's for Achi. So we have a jump point for Achi. Well, wait, this is the jump point for Achi. Who is this jump point for? Oops. I'm on a new controller that the Xbox buttons are laid out in a different pattern. You're gonna go sleep? Alright, have a good night, Vito. I know it's hard because Sunday nights, people gotta work in the next day. Let me look at this jump point. Ah, okay, we can jump here. Sorry, I forgot about this jump point. Like I said, we had 2 jump points for... Ah, oops, sorry to keep you waiting. You're late. What the heck have you been doing? Mr. Yagashida practically throws himself at me. The weight must have been killing him. Standing behind him is a man I don't recognize. Yeah, so, like I said, we had 2 jump points from Minorikawa. We have to hit this one. I forgot about that one for a sec. Ah, oops, sorry to keep you waiting, a girlish voice exclaimed. A moment later, a furry figure came charging into the demo room. The crowd fell silent at the sight of a young woman in a cat's costume. The cat girl panted visibly. Her arms were loaded with cardboard boxes. You're late, the event organizer snapped. What the heck have you been doing? Grabbing the newcomer by one paw, he vanished with her into the back room. The chubby-cheeked girl wrapped up her magic routine and hurried after them. The audience stared at the now empty stage in confusion. Several minutes passed before the organizer reappeared. Ladies and terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, he called out. Hello, Polly Plushie. Yeah, this is my first time with it. We're having a pretty good time. I love the music in this, and the pictures, of course. But now, I'm proud to introduce you to the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. At his signal, the young woman and the cat appeared on stage. Well, I am streaming the category, so it can happen. It can happen to you. Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary new diet drink works its magic, the young woman explained cheerily. The cat nodded and threw out her arms. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. And with that, the sales demo was underway, a good 25 minutes behind schedule. Oh, okay. Well, welcome. Thanks for following. 5 minutes into the presentation, things began to go awry. An angry clamor filled the room. What the heck are you trying to pull? I can't believe you'd actually try to sell something like this. The outrage had been triggered by something the young woman on stage had said. She had inadvertently let slip that Burning Hammer was the sort of thing you could buy at a 100-yen shop. The would-be customers were furious to learn that they were about to be played for suckers. Most of them had immediately tried to storm out of the room. Now, the organizer, the full-figured young woman, and the girl in the cat costume were at the door yeah, at the door, doing their best to hold back the tide. Things had gotten pretty interesting, really. Minorikawa pulled out his digital camera and started firing off snapshots of the angry crowd. A digital camera. Some modern digital cameras come with the remarkable ability to automatically trigger the shutter when the subject smiles. This function also works if the camera is presented with a TV or photo image of people smiling. There are even cases of cameras recognizing faces in the wood grain of ceilings. After all, if we can make out faces in the wood when we're gazing lazily up at the ceiling, we can't fault a camera for doing the same. I love the glossary entries. Unfortunately, the frenzy was so intense that he was soon caught up with the flow and pushed out of the room. Fine, I guess I need to do some interviews instead of getting pictures. Excuse me, he asked one woman. Would you mind if I asked you some... Shut your mouth! Oh, they're kicking his ass too. Yeah, fuck him up, ladies. Would you mind telling me a little about... Don't you talk to me! Could I get a word on... Unbelievable, just unbelievable. The women were so enraged that Minorikawa couldn't get any of them to give him the time of day. Before long, the entire crowd had surged out of the room and departed. Oh, this picture sliding in. Them looking longingly. Ah, well, guess I've got enough to do a write-up at least. But it would be nice to get a quote from somebody. He decided to try for an interview with the man who'd organized this fiasco. How did the guy feel, for instance, about his product scam falling through? To be fair, he was scammed first, so he was just extending the scam, passing the scam on. Heading back into the event room, Minorikawa passed the cat mascot. So, that's interesting that it's a jump point here. Because we didn't hit a... We did hit one, but I don't think it... Would it? Actually, it would probably free up the, Tama from her, keep out. The time is about the same. Let us keep with Minorikawa, though. Let's keep the Tama thing a secret for now. The cat gave him a tiny nod and walked off without a word. He couldn't see the face of the girl inside the costume, but she seemed genuinely dejected that Bernie Hammer had been a bust. Hey, I'm Minoru Minorikawa, freelance reporter. I was wondering if I could have 5 minutes of your time? The organizer sat alone in the midst of his ruined displays. Oh, it's you. The man's voice had lost all of its earlier punch. Here, my credentials. Minorikawa handed him a business card. The man introduced himself as Yanagashita, and Minorikawa got right down to business. So, your sales demo is over, Mr. Yanagashita. How do you feel right now? How do I feel? Well, tomorrow's another day, I guess. Minorikawa was impressed by the guy's candor. The guitar coming in. I'm a little surprised to hear that, he said. I figured you'd be more disappointed. Oh, I'm plenty disappointed. I took a big gamble here to repay my debts, and I lost. Yanagashita didn't seem to be trying to hide anything. Debts? Minorikawa asked. There was a girl I was in love with, Yanagashita said. I wound up spending everything on her. So he does have a thing for Miku, like, beyond just like a skeevy thing. He says love. He stared wistfully into the distance. Nah, it's probably just a skeevy thing. Ah, interesting, Minorikawa said. You wouldn't be the first man to go to such lengths for a woman. Yeah, Yanagashita said, I suppose not. A rueful smile crossed his lips. This guy didn't strike Minorikawa as some dyed-in-the-wool scam artist. But I decided it was time to stop feeling sorry for myself, Yanagashita went on. There are plenty of people in the world who have it way worse off, you know? You got that right, Minorikawa nodded in agreement. So I just figured, well, As long as I'm still alive, maybe another opportunity will come my way. A more earnest smile broke through Yanagishida's forlorn expression. Minorikawa wished Toyama could have been there to hear this fellow. I have a friend who's in an incredible amount of debt myself. What? I have a friend who's in an incredible amount of debt myself, Minorikawa said. He runs a publishing company, but there was a big mix-up with the scratch cards in his magazine and... Scratch cards? It's not important, Minorikawa said hurriedly. Letting more people know about the whole scratch card fiasco certainly wouldn't do Toyama any favors. Oh, the mammals survived. Anyhow, that is a terrible thing, Minorikawa nodded sagely. Oh, by the way, this is unrelated, but are you familiar with a group called SOS? Apparently there's some legendary street gang here in Shibuya. SOS? Yanagashita shook his head. No, never heard of them. Guess I'm not gonna get any leads on that case here. Minorikawa wondered if there was anything else worth asking this guy. Maybe Yanagashita would be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. No, nothing really came to mind. It was about the time to wrap this up. Let's take a survey. What does he think of Shibuya Now? Maybe Yanagashita would be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. Taking a little bit of the burden off of Chiaki seemed like a good idea. I have another question. How do you feel about your life right now? Huh? How do you feel about your life? Your products aren't selling. You can't repay your debts. And yet you still refuse to give up, believing opportunity will come your way. How do you feel about all that? Yanagashita paused and thought. I'd say I'm a pretty lucky guy. Minorikawa was taken somewhat aback by that response. I haven't been able to sell any Burning Hammer, and sure, I can't pay off my debts. But even so... Yanagashita looked Minorikawa right in the eye. The two cute young girls I've got working for me have stuck with me through thick and thin. Sometimes maybe you just need to be content with something like that, you know? That was refreshingly forthright. Minorikawa was surprised. And I mean, so what if I got debts? Yanagashita went on. In the long run, none of that really matters, not really. There was a knock at the door. They're here. Oh, excuse me a moment, Yanagashita said. I wonder who that could be. He opened the door and his face froze. Also a good face. Damn! Wasn't quite quick enough. Mr. Minorikawa? Yeah? You'll have to pardon me. I've had a little something crop up here, so if you don't mind... Oh, sure. Not a problem. I've got other interviews I need to go get anyway, so I'll just... But Mr. Yanagashita was out the door before Minorikawa could even finish. They found him. Stepping out of the hallway, Minorikawa could faintly hear voices from the adjoining demo room. It sounded like Mr. Yanagashita and two other men. Minorikawa couldn't make out any words, but he could tell they were arguing about something. I can't believe they're going to kill Yanagashita. It was probably some consumer complaint against one of his products, or an issue with a client company. Something along those lines. You know, for an interviewer, for a reporter, you're not on this. Man, people who run companies sure have it rough. You hang in there, Mr. Yanagashita. Yeah, you hang in there, buddy. Save. Mr. Yanagashita's dead. Oh, perfect timing. Minorikawa stopped short as a familiar voice called out to him. It was the man he'd spoken to earlier afternoon about the surveillance cameras. Hey, come here for a sec. The man waved him over. Oh, what is it? I'm real busy right now. I got a scoop for you. Saw it with my own eyes. Minorikawa raised an eyebrow. Give me the details. Okay, so a little while ago, I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone who looked like a detective. A foreigner in handcuffs? Had there been some kind of international sting or something? Whatever the case, it wasn't such a rare thing to see. Wait, what? Whatever the case, it wasn't such a rare thing to see. That just happens? Like, all the time? Or am I reading this wrong? Whatever the case, it wasn't such a rare thing to see. Yeah, whatever. It just happens every day. Where was this? Just over there, behind the police station. It's no big deal. No biggie. Minorikawa furrowed his brow. A suspect arguing with a cop outside the police station wasn't all that weird. Still, he had a feeling he was missing something here. Well, the big thing is what happened afterwards, the man said. Afterward? The man leaned in conspiratorially. The detective undid the guy's handcuffs and let him run off. Whoa, what? I'm telling you, man. It had to have been like a bribe or something. A bribe? That seemed unlikely. I swear that's what it had to be. There was some wheel greasing going on. You're not making this all up, are you? Minorikawa asked. He regarded the man coldly, but the guy still seemed quite legitimately worked up. It's all true. Please, you have to report this to the police right away. Why do I have to? Minorikawa asked. If you have a tip for the police, go give it yourself. He didn't quite manage to stop himself from saying that out loud. No, I can't. I'm no good when it comes to police. I constantly take things. Besides, they're never gonna believe someone like me. Okay, so maybe he had a point there. But you're a world-class reporter, right? The cops will totally take your word over that of a random nobody. I don't know why I suddenly turned, like, surfer with him. Or, like, dude. Minorikawa didn't have time to debate the point. It was easier just to make the call. He phoned up the police to leave the tip. The man bowed repeatedly, looking pretty grateful. Oh, thanks so much. I haven't been able to get any business done with those scary thugs around. What thugs? What line of business are you in, anyway? What? The man suddenly went pale. I gotta get going. He skittered off in an alarm. I don't understand. Like, I know he's taking things that he finds and reselling them. Maybe he is up to something more heinous, though. Like, in theory, he's a legitimate businessman. He owns a shop that resells items, but something's not on the up and up. Minorikawa was left to wonder what this guy's line of work actually was. But he had more important things to worry about at the moment. He hurried off in the other direction. Before long, he arrived back at Café La Trek. The clock on the wall showed that it was close to 2 o'clock. He had to somehow fill 6 more pages before the loan company came to Heaven Publishing to collect. He booted up his laptop. What's with this coffee shop? Said a low, stern voice. You've got no good magazines here. Minorikawa looked up. Oh, it's the older guy. The older man was complaining to one of the waitresses. It's Kano's future father-in-law. I'll just say that. It was the same guy who'd been yelling at his daughter earlier. Evidently, he'd been here at the cafe this whole time. Haven't you got any magazines for me to read? The man's face was a mask of irritation. Minorikawa glanced at the magazines in the rack. They were mostly geared towards a younger reader. The waitress sifted through the stacks and pulled something from the back. Perhaps this would be to your liking, sir, she said. She held an issue of 4-star general gossip. Don't be ridiculous, the man spat dismissively. This is vulgar, low-grade filth. I wouldn't even use the paper it's printed on for compost. That was a harsh way to put it, but Minorikawa couldn't fault him for speaking the truth. The man continued grumbling as he went back to his seat. Minorikawa headed over to the magazine rack himself and picked up the gossip. He opened the front cover and found the scratch card still inserted within. If these things were still out there, it was bad news. Toyama might end up even further in debt. I'll just take that scratch card. Bah! Minorikawa yanked the scratch card out and tore it to bits, and then dramatically threw it in the air. Sir, what are you doing, sir? The waitress rushed to stop him, only for the pieces to rain down on her like confetti. The magazine itself is still perfectly readable, Minorikawa said. There's no problem here. He strolled back to his seat and gazed at his laptop screen. It still hadn't finished booting up. I mean, in theory, you would put like a expiration date on those kind of tickets, you know? Only valid for blah blah blah. Also his laptop sucks. In the meantime, he decided to give Chiaki a call. To be fair, laptops suck. I hate them. And Windows is like that. This is this is 2006? 2008. What was 2008? Is that 7? 2008's Vista? Damn. Yeah, if it's Vista. Yeah, laptops are, man, all my laptops are old and like physical hard drives and they suck. But I mean, this guy is like a reporter. He should have top of the line stuff. I mean, I don't know if it's 7 or Vista yet. I remember when they tried to give my mom a Vista laptop, and I said no. They gave her like that and like a 7 upgrade disc, and I was like, I'm installing 7 right for you right now. She picked up right away. Hello, Minorikawa asked. Hi there, good to hear from you, Chiaki replied. This is a new Chiaki. The old Chiaki is dead currently, and the new Chiaki, this is the new Chiaki. Okay, so not quite. So it is Vista probably, which, yeah, I get it. How's progress? I did it, Chiaki said, her voice overcome with emotion. I managed to get people to hear me out. Of course you did. You got your pointers from me. Yes, I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Mino. Oh, she has a nickname for him and everything now. Her mood had done a complete 180. Minorikawa allowed himself a little sigh of relief. Okay then, he said. Head back to the editing department and put together an article for me. You got it, sir, Chiaki chirped in reply. Also, keep that guy from trying to kill himself. I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end, Minorikawa told her. Just use the DTP to slot your piece into the right spot in the layout. Abbreviation for desktop publishing refers to the process of editing a manuscript's layout on a computer preparatory to sending it to the printer. Also used to refer to the software used for creating such layouts. Creating layout data that is ready for printing but has not actually been printed yet is sometimes called DTP. Sure thing. Minorikawa hung up, then rolled up his sleeves. He sure was towing a pretty narrow line today. He's gonna enter journal mode or whatever. The Burning Hammer event kept him a little longer than anticipated. Now he needed to clean up his copy as soon as possible in order to stick to his schedule. When he turned back towards his laptop, however, he froze with shock. What? His laptop monitor was still a black, empty screen. There's no way it would take this long to finish booting up. Oh no. Oh, it couldn't be. No, don't let it be true. Has his computer decided to pick now of all times to give up the ghost? Minorikawa's lost a lot today. He lost a scooter. Now he's losing a computer. In a different timeline, he lost his former boss and mentor. He got beat up by a woman pretty badly. Minorikawa felt the blood drain from his face. To be continued. So we have the jump point for Tama. We still have no idea what Achi or Kano are up to. Sounds like Kano's doing some stuff with the perp. And Achi is on the run and runs into Tama and the girls fight, it seems. We could always jump to Tama and get the big reveal, but what if we save that? What if it's time for Kano, who is a Kamen Rider? Following Kano's directions, Stanley drove towards the crime syndicate's hangout. There was a good chance this was where Maria was being held. Wait, did I miss something? So this is them, like, Kano gets a call from his boss, and his boss tells him that he's gonna work under Stanley. So how does Kano know the syndicate's... Following Kano's directions, Stanley drove towards the crime syndicate's hangout. There was a good chance that this is where Maria is being held. The last thing that happened with them... Alright, so Stanley gives the criminal to MPD detectives. And then tells Kano that his priority is doing what I tell you to do. Kano gave him a scowl, blah, blah. That guy you arrested, he tell you anything? And Kano says, no, nothing. So the guy never told Kano. Really now? Yeah, the guy's killed before. Oh, okay, here's a line. He didn't tell me anything, he repeated. I just know that he's a member of some foreign crime syndicate that works out of Shibuya. I probably know some of their hangouts. If we know their hangouts... Whatever, okay, I don't know. And we found out they were foreigners. Shouldn't we have sent detectives to the hangouts while we were also tracking the... Whatever. Police are mysterious. Following Kano's directions, Stanley drove towards the crime syndicate's hangout. There was a good chance that this is where Maria was being held. Such a good chance that we didn't bother to look, despite that being the place we assumed the kidnap would be. Traffic was practically non-existent, and they made good time. They cruised down Miyamazuzaka, then passed the train station down toward Dogonzaka. All the while, the two men stared out the windshield, neither inclined to make conversation. They arrived at the Shinsensho intersection. Take a right here. You nervous? Stanley asked as he made the turn. His own tone was calm and level. Kano gave no reply. If this syndicate really was holding Maria hostage up ahead, he and Stanley might wind up putting her in danger by showing up there. If it came down to it, Kano wondered, could he count on the man next to him taking the hostage's safety into account? He doubted it, but there was nothing he could do about that now. They arrived at the syndicate's hangout sooner than Kano had anticipated. It was a multi-tenant building in Tomagaya, southwest of Yoyogi Park. The ratty building looked like it come crashing. The ratty building looked like it might come crashing down at any minute. The Black Lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity. I'll take point, Stanley said. You back me up. He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by the FBI or CIA. The Glock 17, a semi-automatic pistol developed in Austria for police and military use, notable for its incorporation of large amounts of polymer, plastic, in its design. A certain Hollywood film included a line of dialogue claiming that the Glock would not show up on airport x-ray machines, but since the gun barrel itself is made of metal, this is assuredly not true. Chat, do we know what movie this is? Because nothing's coming to my mind. A clock would not show up on an airport x-ray machine. The Federal Bureau of Investigations, an American investigative bureau established by the U.S. Department of Justice in 1908, has authority in matters involving crimes that cross state lines, as well as threats to public orders, such as espionage and terrorism. Generally speaking, the FBI conducts its activities within the United States. I don't know. Central Intelligence Agency, one of the principal agencies of the U.S. intelligence community, reporting to the Director of National Intelligence, possessing considerable budgetary resources and a vast network of highly trained personnel. The CIA carries out intelligence gathering and covert operations primarily overseas. In recent years, the organization has been devoting major efforts to counter terrorism. In the movie Die Hard 2, Bruce Willis makes a reference to a Glock 7, which he describes as a porcelain gun. I see, okay. I don't remember much of Die Hard 2. I think they're on a boat, and there's a bomb on the boat, and it's the Hans Gruber's brother, and Samuel Jackson is there. That's all I remember about Die Hard 2. Kano drew his own gun, and the two cautiously made their way inside. They immediately heard some sort of ruckus from beyond a wooden door at the far end of the hall. Please don't let this be what I think it is, Kano thought to himself. Sweat beaded on his hands as he gripped his gun tighter. He heard the sound of glass shattering. Then came the sound of something heavy falling to the floor. Maria. Maria. Sorry. I am the ultimate. Ignoring Stanley's previous order, Kano rushed ahead, kicked down the door, and stepped inside. Kano, what do you do? Kano is such a bad cop. Kano is very dumb. He walked right into a massacre. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled out across the floor. Mind you, we were just having a lot of fun with the Burning Hammer segment of the game, weren't we? He thought he recognized them all, the men who participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. Yeah, this game, I thought I was ready because I play Yakuza, right? And, you know, that also has tonal whiplash, but this game is something else. I don't think I've seen a visual novel whiplash this hard in tone. Not that it's bad, it's funny, it's good. But man. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. Oh, that means they stabbed my man, Ramirez. Had these guys all turned on each other? No, that couldn't have been the case. None of the victims were holding a knife, which meant that whoever had killed them must still be hiding nearby. No sooner had Kano come to this conclusion than he heard a muffled cry behind him. Stanley! The American was sprawled on the floor, face down. Kano rushed over and knelt beside him. Stanley was dead, stabbed through the back. Wow. He didn't last long. Without an instant's hesitation, Kano stood up again, gun at the ready. He scanned his surroundings, but there were no sign of the killer. I mean, it kind of looks like there's someone behind you, but it's also very blurry, so it might not be someone behind you. Maybe it's a ghost. But that was impossible. Stanley had been killed mere moments ago. Someone had to be here somewhere. Out of nowhere, he felt someone press the tip of a knife into his neck from behind, right at the base of his skull. Jesus. How? He hadn't noticed anyone coming up on him. There wasn't even anyone else around. Nobody but the corpses scattered across the floor. Wait, the corpses? Kano hadn't checked them. Hadn't checked to make sure they were all really dead? With his last thought, he realized that he had realized that had been his fatal mistake. Wait, did Maria kill them all? Damn, girl. I mean, it could be someone else. Bad end. I thought they were dead. Alas, there's nothing to be done for poor Kano now. He wasn't prepared for whoever is wielding that knife. Sometimes it's best not to rush things. Kano and Stanley might not have had their run-in with the killer if they turned up a bit later. There's someone who can cause a traffic jam at 1310, which should keep these two from meeting such a grisly end. Well, there we go. That's all we have to do is cause a traffic jam. I mean, I was expecting a little bit better from Stanley, but, you know. I wasn't expecting much from Kano, let's be honest. Achi, what you up to, Achi? Alright, you're staring this gun down. Also, this guy knows your name. Also, I'm pretty sure it's the detective that Kano worshipped. Or, you know, it was his mentor. But that's just a theory. In fact, actually, now that I'm looking at it, I'm not sure the face matches, but I don't know. No, it is him, because, yeah, I think it's him. The man with the cane crooked his finger on the trigger. Achi stepped in front of Hitomi, shielding her with his body. If you want to shoot her, you'll have to shoot me, too. I thought he would just do it. Suddenly, the assassin's head jerked forward. He pitched face first onto the pavement, and lay still, revealing a foreign man standing behind him. Oh, that's the first guy. In one hand, the stranger clutched a metal pipe. Hitomi, Achi asked, you know that guy? Hitomi's eyes went wide. That's the man from the scramble. The one who told me to go to the van. Wait, one of the kidnappers? Why would he help us? I'm not sure. The newcomer fixed his eyes on Achi. Hey man, Achi approached the stranger. I'm not sure what's going on here, but thanks for the assist. Whoa! He looks like he's having so much fun. The man took a sudden swing with his pipe. Achi barely managed to dodge out of the way. Now we know Achi's a badass. What the hell? Once again, Achi made sure Hitomi was safely behind him. Just gotta let my fists do the talking. Achi quickly adopted a fighting stance. I know. Be careful, Hitomi warned, her voice trembling. Don't worry, it's just a pipe. Man, that guy's having so much fun on this photo shoot. I'll just snatch it away from him and make him tell us where your sister is. I like that Hitomi is also in a fighting stance. Achi judged the distance between them carefully, the distance between them carefully as he stared his opponent down. The metal pipe gave this thug considerable reach. One solid hit from that thing and Achi wouldn't stand a chance. He needed to end this in one punch. One punch! The crook sized him up a few moments, then lunged forward to attack. Now! You left yourself open! Achi sidestepped to avoid the incoming blow, then delivered a vicious left hook to his adversary's jaw. The man went down hard. Achi just dropping fools constantly. Achi gazed at his fallen foe, flexing his knuckles. The thing about guys who bring weapons to fights is they always let themselves get too cocky. He looked the guy over. The man had a tattoo peeking from one of his ratty sleeves. Skull. Come on, buddy, you can't clock out just yet, Achi said. Get up, I got a few questions for you. He knelt down to grab the man by his collar. Halfway to his feet, the man pulled a gun from his breast pocket. Whoa, didn't know you were packing heat. Achi took a quick step backward. The man's eyes brimmed with rage. He looked ready to pull the trigger at any moment. But he didn't get the chance. The man with the cane had regained consciousness. Back on his feet, he trained his own gun on the foreigner. The foreigner quickly shifted his attention to the other gunman. Oh no, you don't! Achi darted forward and kicked the kidnapper in the hand as hard as he could. The gun went flying from his grasp. With a low snarl, the man took up the metal pipe again. Rather than go for Achi, however, he charged the man with the cane. What the? Achi watched in astonishment as the two men grappled. Now's her chance! Grabbing Hitomi by the hand, Achi broke into a run. Okay. I mean, we knew they weren't on the same side, but... It's interesting that they seem to know the risk of each other. That they want to end each other. They ran for a long time, finally stopping the rest in the quiet municipal park. I love the seesaw. As they sat catching their breath, Achi sensed a new tension in Hitomi. She hadn't said a word since their latest escape. She has to die, Achi. It's for your own good. In his mind, Achi replayed what the man with the cane had said. So, Hitomi? Achi hesitated. About what happened back there? Yeah? She sounded like she'd been far gone in her own thoughts. You gotta believe me, I have no idea who that guy is, or was. Never seen him before in my life. He must have been saying that stuff to confuse us, to trip us up. Yeah, Hitomi said again. Is that what's been bothering you? Huh? Now it was Achi's turn to go monosyllabic. Well, Achi, you're kind of famous around Shibuya, right? I don't know about that. Way back when he'd been the leader of SOS, nowadays he was just some guy who picked up trash. That was nothing to brag about. When someone's famous, it's not unusual for someone else to recognize them and know their name. So yeah, I was surprised back there, but no matter what that man may have said, I trust you. I mean, look at how many times you put yourself in danger to protect me. Hitomi sounded pretty resolute. Achi was glad that she believed him, but that raised another question. So then, how come you've been so quiet? I've just been thinking about things. Like what that man from the Scramble might be after. It was true that his actions didn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, he seemed more interested in taking out that man with the cane than going after you. Maybe there's bad blood between them. Maybe it was a case of mistaken identity? Achi's dumb, but I think he might figure out that there's bad blood. Achi let out a little chuckle. If we're lucky, maybe they'll take each other out for us. He felt a rush of relief, reassured that Hitomi didn't doubt his motives. Regardless, though, we have to track down that blue van. The sound of a child's cry came from behind them. Turning to look, they saw the kidnapper rushing toward them. He had knocked over a little girl who was in his way. Oh my god, she completely face-planted into the ground. Hana was her name, because she's named after fireworks. By the way, that's Toyama. That's Minorikawa's boss. Well, former boss. And he's tried to kill himself multiple times. And that's what Minorikawa is trying to stop, is him trying to kill himself. He's trying to fix his magazine. For those who are just joining us. Yeah, that's a big oof. No rest for the weary, Achi sighed. Yet again, he and Hitomi sprinted away. Do you think he took out the guy with the cane? Hitomi's words came between panting huffs. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that was Hitomi. Maybe. Achi comes back at their pursuer. What? There was someone else with him. That man looks confused. Now they were being chased down by 2 foreigners? I like this better when they were just when we were just running from one guy with a cane. In a one-on-one fight, Achi was confident he could keep Hitomi safe. 1-on-2 though, that was a different story. One guy might get a hold of her while he was facing off against the other. He had to make sure they lost these creeps no matter what. Keep out. Okay, we know where the keep out point or where the jump point is for Achi. And that's not here. Here. Yeah, this one. Remember when Tama fought the lady fighter and beat her like no business? Alright, so the couple is Achiendo. And now we jump. Jump! This is how the game kind of works. You have to kind of like figure out what choices will lead you to... I like the guy on the crate. As luck would have it, they soon found a crowd in their path. Backs turned towards them. Excited voices rose up from the throng. Oh, those are the... I didn't realize the guy that's on the crate is the those are the loan sharks. Whoa, what's the deal? Is something going on? It's a street fight. A fight, as the name implies, that takes place out on the street, typically using bare hands and no weapons. Even a bare-handed fight can result in serious injuries though, which is why they're pretty illegal. Yeah, I just realized if we had fought Jenkin with Miku, we would have lost because we can only play paper because of our hands. So we have been able to grab items, so maybe we can make a fist. Achi clutched Tomi's hand, good and tight. Whatever you do, don't let go. Without a moment's hesitation, he plowed his way through the crowd. I kind of want to see what that Junkin looked like, but I also really wanted to see the fight. Emerging on the far side of the gathering, Achi saw the main road ahead. Cars were zipping past in a steady stream. What do we do? There were too many cars for them to rush across the street without getting hit. But they couldn't exactly just sit and wait for the light to change. And they certainly couldn't go back the way they came. Their pursuers were getting closer and closer. Hitomi, Achi shouted. We're going across. What? That sounds like a good way to cause a traffic jam and also die. Dragging Hitomi by the hand, Achi darted out into the street. Moving purely by instinct, he wove his way through the gaps between the speeding cars. When they were halfway across, a car slammed on its brakes to keep from hitting them, causing several cars behind it to crash into one another. The multiple vehicle pilot plunged the roadway into total chaos. I kind of figured because he was the only one really left. No, Sawa is like at the near end of his story, so the time wouldn't have matched up. I mean, the story for this hour. He's like 5 minutes to 2 o'clock. Oh no, we that was the last thing we did before the night ran out. Yeah. It was when what's the detective's name? Kajiwara? Kajiwara made Osawa a nice meal in his kitchen. As a result of this chaos, traffic in the nearby area will be at a standstill for a while. While on their way to the Syndicate hideout, Shinya Kano and Jack Stanley have gotten caught in this traffic jam. So we can jump back to Kano. Let's jump back to Kano. I guess I could have not done that, but it'd probably just be they caught us and killed us. The car moved at a glacial pace towards the car moved at a glacial pace toward the crime syndicate's hangout. It's completely different from the last time where there was no traffic. Stanley pounded his fist on the steering wheel in frustration. They had no sooner set out than the traffic slowed to a near standstill. Despite the occasional lurch, it never crept above a crawl. Kano stewed in the passenger seat. The case was rapidly getting out of hand. Now he had to worry about the safety of both Maria and her sister Hitomi. Never mind the fact that Detective Tatano had also gone missing. There were too many unknowns, too many uncertainties. His unease was growing unbearable. Also, Tano hasn't radioed in. And we can't reach him from our end either. Oh, that was the boss guy telling him. Kuze's words kept echoing inside Kano's head. Sorry, I forgot Kuze's voice. What could have caused Tatano to drop out of contact? Someone had gone after Hitomi while Kano and the others were busy trailing the attaché case. Could Tatano have been... No, it couldn't be. Kano was sure Tatano would have done whatever was necessary to keep Hitomi safe. Again, I think Tatano is trying to kill her. Stanley broke the long silence. What's on your mind? Still thinking about that call from Kuze? Kano didn't answer. Look, if you're worrying about that other detective, the guy couldn't even protect one girl, Stanley continued. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. Don't you talk about Detective Tatano that way. I'm concerned about Hitomi Osawa, but the missing attaché case needs to come first. Why? Stanley's expression remained stone cold. Kano flashed him a sidelong glare, then went back to staring out the window. A moment later, a flurry of motion in a nearby alley caught his eye. With a start, he recognized Sasayama. His fellow detective was caught up in an altercation with a man in dark clothes. Kano sprang into action, his body moving almost before his mind registered the situation. Sasayama! Flinging the door open, he leapt out of the car. Hey, wait! Stanley called after him. But Kano was already sprinting towards the fight. Kano is very good at taking orders. Oof! The other man knocked Sasayama onto a pile of garbage. As Sasayama struggled to get back to his feet, his opponent looked down on him with a triumphant sneer. Kano finally got a good look at the man, and his eyes flashed with recognition. It was the perp who'd first taken the attaché case back at the Scramble. Tariq al-Karawan. You! Kano growled. He sped like a bullet to tackle Al- Oh my god, he looks like a... He's like so feral in the shot. Like a bullet to tackle al-Karawan around the legs. But al-Karawan nimbly stepped aside. Kano's arms closed on nothing but air. Yeah, well, okay. So I have to believe that this guy is chasing Achi, but then also ran into Sasayama and just started beating him up? It is him. At the same time, Al-Karawan definitely wrapped an arm around Kano's neck. Kano felt a vice-like pressure on his cardioid artery. A move known as the front choke sleeper hold, constricting the carotid artery stops blood flow to the brain, causing the opponent to lose consciousness, also known as a guillotine choke. Yeah, I knew the guillotine choke. His consciousness quickly began to slip away. Oh no, you don't, you bastard, he snarled. Lowering his center of gravity, he got hold of one of Al-Karawan's legs and used the shoulder as a fulcrum against it. No. Despite the arm still crushing his neck, Kano managed to lift his opponent high into the air. Well, we know Kano is very physically gifted, right? He's a good runner. It looks like he's pretty strong. He continued the movement to heave Al-Karawan up and over himself, slamming him upside down into the heap of trash. Stanley strolled up to the aftermath of the struggle. Well, you've got the brawn part down, he said. Need some work on the brains. Yeah. Al-Karawan was sprawled out on top of the mound of refuse. He'd been knocked out cold. How? Sasayama coughed and sputtered. Kano went to help him to his feet, but Stanley stepped in between them. What are you doing? Stanley asked. Helping Sasayama. What does it look like? We need to apprehend Al-Karawan first. He's not even conscious. Sasayama can come first. He pushed Stanley aside and crouched down alongside his partner. Are you alright? He asked. Yeah, Sasayama groaned. You bailing me out, though? Can't let the missus know about that. Mum's the word, Kano said. Why is that not a glossary term? He slipped an arm underneath Sasayama and helped him to his feet. Mum's the word. Who localized this? What is that? That sounds like a British phrase, right? Because it's mum? What is mum's the word? I don't know this phrasing. I'm sorry. Mum's the word means it's a secret. Oh, okay. I've never heard it. Okay. I've never heard that phrase, turn of phrase. Right. Okay. I know what I know. I guess I know that definition. I didn't know. I didn't understand the context. I don't. Yeah, I don't think I've heard that ever. I managed to find the guy who had the attaché case, Sasayama said. But when I tried to arrest him, this fella came out of nowhere and attacked me. He flashed Al-Karawan a nasty look. So here we go again, disobeying direct orders, Stanley huffed. What's the deal with Japanese police, anyway? He shook his head in his exasperation. Sasayama gave Kano a puzzled look, jerking his thumb at the American. Who's this guy? It's a long story, Kano said. He filled Sasayama in on the situation. Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and cuff this guy, Stanley said. Kano knelt down by Al-Karawan, unconscious body, flipped him over, and proceeded to cuff his hands behind his back. Kano paused. Al-Karawan's sleeve had slid back from his wrist. What's this? The unconscious man had a tattoo of a two-headed scorpion on his left forearm. Rad. Stanley strode over. You find something? He asked. Yeah, I think this guy might be the ringleader. Seeing the image had reminded Kano of something he heard back at headquarters, that the head of the foreign syndicate had a scorpion tattoo. He relayed this information to Stanley. I see. Stanley called up Kuze on his cell. You'll be happy to know that the guy with the attaché case is still at large, he said. Apprehending the ringleader at this point shouldn't be an issue. One of your so very capable subordinates gave us a big step forward in the case here. Wait a second, Sasayama murmured. That was sarcasm, wasn't it? Stanley hung up and called over to him. Think you can escort this guy back to the precinct? Yeah, sure, seeing how very capable I am. Kano felt his phone vibrate. The display showed an incoming call from Rumi. Hello? He answered warily, keeping his voice down. Stanley had him a little on edge. It's me. Oh, it's me. It was Shizuo. Damn it, Kano thought. He did not have time for this right now. But if he had just hung up, he might be even in deeper... Yeah. He might be in even deeper hot water. Kano, you're a policeman. You got a job to do. Put that phone down. Kano decided he'd have to take that risk. He hung up the phone. Decided he better listen to what the old man had to say. No, fuck this guy. I'm done with him. Kano hung up the phone. It promptly rang again, however. Sorry, father-in-law, I really can't talk. I'm in the middle of work right now. I'm not your father-in-law. Ah, sorry. Anyway, bye. Kano bowed politely to his mental image of Rumi's irate father as he hung up once more. I like doing everything I can to piss this guy off. The phone rang yet again. Sir, I'm sorry, am in the... Mr. Endo, this is Dr. Saki, calling from Shibuya Central Hospital. Huh? This wasn't Shizuo. Kano didn't recognize the voice at all. Mr. Endo, are you there? Sorry, I think you have the wrong number. Oh, my apologies. I'm in a bit of a hurry, I must have misdialed. The caller hung up. Who the heck was that? Very strange. So, we do know one person in the hospital, and that's Achi's sister. And Achi Endo. But he's probably trying to call Achi's dad. But, how did he call everything is so crazy. Okay, so I think what would have happened is if we were to talk to Shizuo, then the guy would be stuck on busy, right? And he wouldn't think that he misdialed. So maybe he's gonna fix his mistake. So I think we set something in motion. He stared in incredulity on the phone rang. As the phone rang once more. I'm sorry. Oh, this is terrible. Whoever it was, they were shouting frantically. And once again, whoever it wasn't Shizuo. Hana and I, we got separated. Okay, so now this is Toyama on Kano's phone? Hana and I, we got separated. What? Who? I don't know what to do. It doesn't matter if I get away if they wind up catching Hana. Please, you have to help me find her. The man on the other end of the line sounded like he was on the verge of tears. Kano wasn't sure what it was all about, but the guy was clearly in a pretty bad way. Please, Minorikawa, I'm begging you. Huh? I'm sorry, sir, I think you have the wrong person. But by the time Kano had gotten the words out, the man had already hung up. Hey, come on, let's go. Stanley's voice snapped Kano out of his daze. Ugh. Grimly, he followed the American back to the car. What the fuck just happened? You're really popular there, huh? Yet again, Stanley was thumping the steering wheel in frustration. Traffic hadn't let up one bit. It was starting to look like they might never make it to the foreign syndicate's hangout. Kano caught sight of a girl in a hoodie, weaving her way between the stopped cars on foot. He rolled down the window and called out to her. Miku Morita was a fighter at the cosplay fighting pub ride, but just decided to retire after losing to Tama, the cat, in a street fight. She's thinking about what to do with herself now. She's just casually weaving through cars. Well, I guess the cars are stopped. Yeah, they're stopped cars. So I'm glad we run into Miku so much. Excuse me, miss? Did something happen? Huh? What do you mean? What's the road, I mean? What's with all the traffic? Oh, right. Apparently there was some big accident over by the train station. That's probably what's causing it. Really? Yeah, I don't think you guys are going to be going anywhere for quite a while. She smiled and went on her way. I hope she has a bright future. Stanley gave the steering wheel another punch. Well, I guess they did say this wasn't just some typical ransom case, he muttered. Alright, you have a good night, Kurisachi. I'll probably wrap up in 18 minutes. Kano saw an opportunity. If they're not after the money, then what are they after? Stanley kept his eyes forward, acting as if he hadn't heard. Look, I can't help you if you keep me out of the loop, Kano said. After a few moments of thought, Stanley replied with a single monosyllable. Drugs. Sorry. For some reason I like just the single word with this picture of him. Drugs. What? Maria's father, Kenji Osawa. I assume you're aware he works for Okoshi Pharmaceutical. I am. Nothing's been made public yet, but Osawa recently oversaw the development of a new drug. It is not at all uncommon for a new drug to be in development for 15 years or more, with expenses totaling 20 to 30 billion yen, roughly 200 to 300 million US dollars, before it is approved. Worldwide demand and sensational profits can be expected if a groundbreaking medicine is developed. Sensational profits! I love capitalism. Nonetheless, pharmaceutical companies are often under major pressure due to the tremendous costs of labor and equipment. And someone's trying to get their hands on it. Kano's mind latched onto this new information, trying to assemble the pieces of an evolving puzzle. Someone? Who? An international crime mastermind. This foreign syndicate is merely a tool in someone else's game. Kano regarded Stanley's face carefully. He looked more cold and serious than ever. So wait, does that mean the reason we're letting the syndicate walk around unfettered? Is on my orders, yes. I see. So the only thing you're really concerned with is catching this international mastermind? Precisely. Kano felt like he was starting to get a picture of what sort of person Stanley was. So you don't really care what happens to the girl who's been abducted, do you? Not particularly, no. Why do you have a problem with that? Kano clenched his fist. His hand was shaking with anger. Dick-dictum. Dick-dictum number 8. When you really want to punch something, you really probably shouldn't. Kano recited the words inwardly, like some sort of desperate mantra. If he didn't manage to calm himself down, he was liable to slam his fist right into Stanley's face. Outside the car, traffic remained at a standstill. Kano chafed against the feeling of utter futility. One after another, his uncertainties came to nag at him. Was Maria still safe? What had happened to Hitomi and Tateno, her bodyguard? And now, on top of all of this, it struck Kano as rather careless to send Sasayama away without Caravan without any backup. Now that Jack had alerted him to the presence of a dangerous international mastermind still on the loose. Right, Jack Stanley. Fighting back his fit of pique. To do something impulsively out of irritation, resentment, or the like, similar to doing something in a huff. Kano got out his cell phone. He dialed up Sasayama. He wanted to make sure his partner had gotten Al Caravan back to the precinct safely. He dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Osawa residence. He hoped a little more information about the family's $2 might shed some light on the situation. Look, I love our bro Sasayama, but I want to know more about what's going on with Detective Kajiwara. He dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Osawa residence. He hoped a little more information about the family's $2 might shed some light on the situation. The detective answered promptly. Kajiwara here. Hey, it's Kano. Kano? A horrid jarring beeping was audible from the other end of the line. Oh, right, this is where we left, Osawa. What's that noise? Kano asked. Sorry, hold on, I can't really hear you. Okay, go on. It sounded like Kajiwara had moved away from the source of the noise, though Kano could still hear it faintly in the background. He explained that he was looking for more info on the Osawa girls. Honestly, Detective Kano, I thought you were more mature than this, Kajiwara said disapprovingly. Come again? Kano said, bewildered. What's with the attitude all of a sudden? You've got a little crush, don't you? Kajiwara told him. What? No, Detective, that isn't why. You mustn't let yourself get personally attached to an investigation. Still, I was young and impulsive myself once. I guess I can't tell you one thing. Okay. I don't know who Alexander O. Smith is. Is that a name I should know? Treat me as a dummy. I'm dummy. Kano kept his cell phone pressed tight against his ear. The two girls? They look exactly alike. Kajiwara kept his voice low, as if he were revealing a major secret. But Kano knew that already. Everyone assigned to the investigation had been informed that the girls were twins at the previous night's briefing. However, Kajiwara continued, still soda voce, their personalities are pretty different. The younger sister Hitomi is quiet and reserved, but Maria is apparently more of a busybody. Oh, okay. Ah, I see. Kano thought back on Hitomi, standing in front of the statue of Hachiko. She had indeed seemed like an introvert, though Kano had also sensed her intense commitment to helping her sister. Maria might have killed all those guys. That'd be fun. Okay. I haven't played a 3D Final Fantasy. I played a little bit of 7, and I didn't like it when I played it. And I skipped 8, and I know a lot of people like 9, but I think I skipped 9 too. I was playing Chrono Cross, I was playing like Brave Fencer, I was playing other games. And then I fell out of love with Final Fantasy when 10 happened. I just like noped out of the series. And kind of noped out of RPGs during the PS2 era. Perhaps she was less demonstrative, but her heart certainly seemed to be in the right place. Why? Kano heard someone shouting in the background wherever Kajiwara was. Why is it going dark? What was that just now? He asked. Mr. Osawa, the girl's father. I think something might have happened. Kajiwara's voice was laced with concern. I should go see what this is all about. Yeah, probably. But Kano, tell me. Yeah? Which one is it? Which one do you have a crush on? Kano hung up. We like Kajiwara. I'm surprised we didn't get a jump point for Osawa. At long last, traffic began to move again. Why do we own dark vision? Okay. Nope, no, still dark. Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. The abrupt stop made Kano smack his head against the windshield. Hey, what gives? Look, Stanley said. He gestured with his chin. Why are we in dark vision? Okay. Kano couldn't believe his eyes. There, walking along the sidewalk ahead, was our caravan. I keep calling him caravan. Caravan. Very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano shouted, already hopping out of the car. Stanley was right behind him. They crept up on their target as silently as possible, then rushed them once they were close. Why dark vision? In a moment, they had subdued him. Kano used his own body weight to hold Al Caravan down. What are you doing out here? He demanded. Whoa, hey, guess you didn't get the memo, huh? Al Caravan flashed a coy grin. They let me go. Let you go? I think your buddy here might have hearing problems, Al Caravan said to Stanley. I'm a free man. Kano turned and glared at Stanley. What is he talking about? It like loads the picture and then puts like a dark filter over it. I'm just in case. It's almost like the filter that shows up when you like go into one of these or into one of the. I guess that's normal. First things first, get this guy back to the. First things first, get this guy back to the precinct. I'll head to the syndicate hangout by myself. You don't think this is weird? Kano asked. I mean, what the heck is this guy doing on the loose again? I think your department is just letting him go, which I think your department is in on it. What matters is that he's free. Maybe he's telling the truth about being let go. But that's ridiculous. Then I guess he must have escaped on his own, Stanley replied. In either case, your buddy screwed up royally. Now it's on you to unscrew things. Oh god, sunlight. None of this sat right with Kano, but the fact remained that he couldn't just let Al Caravan go. He gave Stanley detailed directions to the hangout, and the car sped away towards Yoyogi. Then Kano headed back to the precinct with his captive, trying to reassure himself that he might learn something from questioning Al Caravan that would help resolve the case. But the problem here is that you're a bad detective, and we know that when you tried to question Endo, Aichi Endo. Kano sat opposite Al Caravan in the interrogation room. He'd been attempting to interview the suspect for about a quarter of an hour. Al Caravan sat ramrod stiff, not responding to any prompts or questions. "What time is it right now?" he asked. They'd taken away his watch, his wallet, a small knife, and his keychain. What was the third time? This was the third time he'd asked to know the time. "Why are you so concerned what time it is?" Kano asked. Al Caravan gave no reply. "Are you waiting on something?" Again, the suspect was staunchly silent. Kano wasn't sure what to make of this, but he took a look at his watch. "It's around 2 o'clock, he said. "What time exactly?" "It's 2:18. "Kano, that's a quarter past, boy. That ain't around 2 o'clock. 2:18 and how many seconds? Look, just cut the crap." Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar. "What the hell are you people after?" Al Caravan merely repeated his question. "What time is it right now?" With a growl of aggravation, Kano shoved his wristwatch in Al Caravan's face. It's 2:20, Al Caravan said. "Okay then, that should do it." What? What does that mean? What is happening? The interrogation went on for several more hours. Despite Kano's best efforts, however, Al Caravan said nothing more. During all that time, the case continued to develop in unexpected ways. But Kano, stuck in the interrogation room, knew nothing about it until everything was already over and done. Okay, so we're in the bad end. We're also, yeah, what the hell? The bad end is dark, too. Questioning Al Caravan, but nothing else is dark, so it's just like the photos or video behind the text. While Kano performed admirably in recapturing Tariq Al-Karan, maybe letting the syndicate run free for the time being really was the right call. Someone could do something at 1340 that throws a wrench into Kano's activities, thanks to the involvement of unrelated parties, and Kano's reaction will make the investigation play out differently. Wait, what's the time? 1340. So he's had to be the bad end. He's had to be continued. Osawa has now jumped all the way here. Osawa's completely changed. Is it because we talked to Kajiwara? Getting out the cell phone. She's at her keep out. Achi is... Oh, well, Achi's here. I thought Achi was further along. This is when we jumped back to Kano. How strange. What was this choice? Getting out the cell phone. This was the who to talk to. We could talk to Shizuo, but that wouldn't change the current outcome. I guess we should see what's going on with the bug tracker. Mr. Osawa, it's Kajiwara. Perfect timing. Osawa hurried to let the detective into the study. The bug tracker's been picking up signals. Oh? Yeah, it's from all over the room. What should I do? Mr. Osawa, please calm down. As if that were even possible right now. It feels like there must be 10, no, maybe 100 listening devices in here. Kajiwara didn't miss a beat. Let me be honest with you. That bug tracker is... All of a sudden, a different noise cut in over the bug tracker. Alright, so this is the Kano police, Kano calling. Kajiwara here. Kano? Kajiwara's customary nonchalant expression vanished into a sudden seriousness. Sorry, hold on, he continued. I can't really hear you. He headed out of the room, the phone clutched to his ears. Osawa was left to wonder what the detective had been about to tell him. The bug tracker was what? What the heck was going on? The sound wasn't stopping. Deciding that he better do something, Osawa took the bug tracker and checked behind his bookcase. It didn't seem like the signal was coming from back there. He proceeded to pull each and every one of the books off of the shelf. Oh, maybe we'd have the bookshelf fall on us or something? Nothing. He checked the area around his computer. He scanned the monitor, the case, the power outlet, but he found nothing that could be a listening device anywhere. He found a small screwdriver and dismantled his Logitech mouse. The brown circuit board was lined with chips, but nothing appeared out of the ordinary. And still, the mechanical sound continued mocking him. Just try to find it. Go ahead, look everywhere. Beep 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 beep. He was being ridiculed. The sound just wouldn't stop. And still, the time ticked past. Had it been 5 minutes? 10? Maybe more. He began to lose hope that he could find the listening devices, and even to stop caring. Instead, he was overcome with the feeling that this room, which for years had been his sanctuary, had ceased to be his own. It was as if something other had intruded and laid claim to his personal space. I can't reread it. I think it was the old Logitech logo. I don't know if it was Logicool during this time period. But I don't know. Maybe it is Logicool. I got one of the Logitech, like, track mouse. The ones with the trackball on the side. I got that from a Japanese reseller for, like, super cheap. It has a Logitech logo. I do know about the Logicool thing, and I know they tried to rebrand that here, I think. No, they tried to be Logi here. This must be post-Logicool. In his fevered mind, he began to hear the tracker's sound as a high-pitched laugh. Okay, so he's just going insane. An accursed, relentless noise, cruel and taunting, the mockery of the devil himself. Osawa hurled the bug tracker against the wall. I like your photo of horses. Then he picked it up, only to smash it back onto the floor. Then he stomped on it ferociously. There was a satisfying snap, accompanied by the sensation of the thing being crushed underfoot. The noise stopped. Or, well, it ought to have. And yet for some reason, the horrid noise kept sounding in Osawa's ears. It wasn't coming from the bug tracker after all. It was inside his own head. Somewhere inescapable, echoing within his skull. No, the noise didn't stop. It only grew louder. Why? 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 That's what we heard. Osawa screamed. Why? Why was he being tormented like this? He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't even think straight anymore. He felt his mind beginning to dissolve. Brain freeze. The incessant beeping from the bug tracker wound up driving Osawa out of his mind. What Kajiwara was about to say, just before he got off the phone call, was pretty crucial for Osawa to hear. Unfortunately, the call distracted him, and he left the room before he could finish his thoughts. Things could have gone differently if only someone hadn't called Detective Kajiwara right then. Well, maybe I wanted to call Kajiwara. Maybe I like his company. Maybe I want him to make me a delicious meal. Okay, so we need to stop Kano from calling Kajiwara so that Osawa can go back on his business. His business of not going insane. Oh, I guess Sasayama could tell us to just leave him be, too. Osawa has it rough. Yeah, he did go insane when he found his other daughter got kidnapped. And... what else? What are the other Osawa bad ends? I don't know if we've had that many, to be honest. Anyway, he dialed up Sasayama. He wanted to make sure his partner had gotten Al Karawan back to the precinct safely. Sasayama picked up almost right away. Kano, what's up? How are things on your end? Any problems getting Al Karawan back? Nah, I've got Tateno taking care of him. Wait, what? Kano could hardly believe his ears. You were in touch with Tateno? He asked. He could hear the shock in his own voice. Yeah, I just bumped into him over by the precinct a little while ago. Then he is safe. Kano felt a surge of relief. What about Hitomi then? Stanley glanced over at him, curious. Tateno says he lost track of her somehow. And then he got called back to the precinct, apparently. Tateno had lost track of her? That's not like him, Kano thought. Since he was headed back there anyway, I handed our guy over to him, Sasayama said. I see. Kano was glad to hear that Tateno was alright. But his relief was tempered by a surge of anger at the thought of what had happened to Hitomi. Now I'm back detailing the attaché case, Sasayama continued. Today's my wife's birthday, you know? My plan is to wrap this thing up ASAP so we can celebrate tonight. I've already got a present and everything. I envy you, man. Closing his eyes, Kano took a moment to picture Rumi. But Shizuo's face popped up into his mind's eye right alongside her. Well, just hang in there, buddy. Even if your girlfriend is just a picture of Masami Nagahama. Midoriyama Academy graduate and national celebrity, her popularity shows no signs of slowing down after she played the female lead in such films as The Beast That Hoarded Gold at the Heart of the World and The Swidden Fortress. There's another nationally famous actress with the same name, but it is a nationally known fact that the two are completely separate people. Still snickering, Sasayama hung up. Kano bit his lip and slipped his phone back into his pocket. Okay, so that probably hasn't changed Kano's path. Yeah, okay, so Kano still ends up as bad end. Yeah, so Kano still is bad end. Minorikawa's back at still has two being continued. Osawa's back at his keep out. Tama's still trapped in the keep out. So that only leaves Achi. I'm gonna try to wrap up this hour, and then we'll call it a night. When they were halfway across, the car slammed on his brakes to keep from hitting them, causing several cars behind it to crash into one another. The multi-vehicle pilot plunged the roadway into total chaos. In a matter of moments, the street was clogged with a long line of stopped vehicles. Achi and Hitomi's pursuers remained on the other side and did not pursue. Okay, that was crazy. Hitomi panted as she caught her breath. Oh, you know what they say, idle feet are the devil's playthings. Hands. It's idle's hands. God, I love how stupid you are. Whatever, at least they'd gotten away. Come on, let's go. Achi led the way down several twisting side streets before slowing his pace. By now, Hitomi was slumped and panting heavily. We stand for Achi here. He wanted to give her some time to rest, but if they just hung around, their pursuers might still find them. I want to know what's going on with Tatano. He looked around and spotted a multi-tenant building. The nearest door was open. Bundles of flyers were set out near the entrance. Flyers for Arava, the 22nd performance by the theater troupe The Wandering Angels. It tells the tale of a man named Ryu looking back on his 100-year life as a warrior. The performance features wire action as its major set piece, with Ryu and his rival Shido flying high through the air, doing battle with the magical Muramasa blade and beam saber, respectively. That sounds cool. That sounds badass. Also, The Wandering Angels is the theater troupe that needed the freezer. The freezer broke down. That Achi's dad was called about, and Minorikawa needs to interview. I don't know. It's many things connect. Everything connects. Achi peeked inside and saw piles of plywood and painted lumber. It looked like this was a storeroom for a theater stage props and scenery. We can hide out in here, he said. But... Hitomi hesitated, but Achi gave her hand a little tug. You'll be fine, there's nobody around. Are we gonna end up in... Wait. Are we gonna end up in the play? Like, later down the line? That'd be awesome. They stepped inside the storeroom and Achi quickly shut the door behind them. We should probably rest for a bit, he said. There was a wooden platform set up beside a large piece of plywood. Achi picked up a magazine that had fallen on the floor and spread it out atop the platform's dusty surface. Here, now you can sit without getting your clothes dirty. Thank you. Hitomi quietly took a seat. We should probably turn off our cell phones, Achi said. It could be really bad if they rang at the wrong moment. The two powered off their phones. Achi took a cursory look around. It didn't look like there was any way in or out besides the door they'd come in through. There was a single window set in the wall, but it wouldn't open far enough to let them through. Ah! Hitomi let out a quiet gasp. Someone was outside the storeroom. Achi put a finger to his lips, and Hitomi gave a fearful nod. The window's frosted glass blocked any real view in or out. So long as they stayed quiet, they ought to be safe. Hello. Whoever was outside pressed their face to the frosted glass, trying to get a glimpse inside. The blurry visage of the foreigner who had attacked them was dimly visible. Like the man with the cane before him, this guy was quick to catch up. The man pounded on the glass. Achi swallowed the lump in his throat. If this guy got in, they'd have nowhere to run. Achi turned to Hitomi. Let's hurry out through the door, or we'll be fine. Just sit tight. I think we'll be fine. I think Sasayama will come save us. We'll be fine, just sit tight. Hitomi clutched onto Achi's arm hard. Can I help you with something? Said a casual voice from outside. They saw their pursuer react at once, pulling back from the window. That's just their storeroom, you know, the voice added. Achi heard footsteps scampering away. The kidnapper had run off. Achi exchanged glances with Hitomi and let out a tiny sigh. There were more voices coming from outside now. What was up with that guy? I don't know. Whatever. Let's just hurry and get stuff tidied up. Oh, man, my throat's raw. It sounded like a conversation between two men. The storeroom door opened and the men clomped their way inside. Tomonari Takaya and Taro Toga, two members of the theater troupe The Wandering Angels. Takaya is The Wandering Angels' star actor, playing the lead role of Ryu in today's performance of Au revoir, the troupe's 22nd piece. Last night he slept comfortably naked and caught a cold, leading to the sore throat he has now. Why did I say comfortably naked? Why did I read it that way? It's completely naked. I think I want to sleep comfortably naked. Toga is the stage director, handling things behind the scenes. He's very irritated that Shinichi Bondo, in charge of the props, seemed to have gone AWOL. So what are we getting? Ugh. Let's grab all those folding chairs over there. Yeah? The producer said we're gonna need a lot more seats all of a sudden. Mr. Orai said that? Going all out for the troops' last hurrah, huh? Beats me, man. In no real hurry, the men went about carting the folding chairs away. They didn't notice Achi and Hitomi sitting silently in the shadows. Not to change the subject, but how come we're using a dry ice machine and not a smoke machine? Maybe that's why my throat's bothering me. Ugh. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Nobody's even operating it and it's still drawing a ton of power. Think it's defective? Urk. Achi and Hitomi waited for the two men to finish up. So we have a dry ice machine that's constantly drawing power? If they were spotted, it would probably cause a scene, and worse still, it might alert the men who were hunting them. Save. Once they carried off the rest of the folding chairs, the men closed the storeroom door. The foreigner could still be somewhere nearby, though, so Achi decided they should hide in the room a little longer. God, this blows. I want to get back out there and look for that blue van ASAP, but... Achi trailed off as something occurred to him. Wait a second. Now that's weird. Hitomi looked at him inquiringly. The kidnappers already have the ransom money, yeah? Achi said. That's right. And then they told you that your sister was in some blue minivan. Isn't that kind of weird? What do you mean? Did you figure that your sister was in the minivan by herself? Well, yes. If one of the kidnappers were with her, they wouldn't need to send me to go get her. Right, Achi said. And yet the fact that as soon as the kidnappers had their money, they could have let Hitomi's sister out of the vehicle and just run off. There's no point in sending Hitomi to fetch her personally. A look of revelation dawned on Hitomi's face. Oh. That minivan had already left Ogenzaka, she said. And it came back while we were there waiting for it. Achi finished. He thought back to his earlier run-in with the blue vehicle. So then inside that minivan, there had been a bunch of foreigners inside. Which meant the kidnappers had been trying to ambush Hitomi. The kidnappers didn't have any intention of giving their sister back. I mean, both of these are true. They're not exclusive. I'm gonna go with the kidnap wants to ambush Hitomi. So I think Hitomi was sick at one point in her life, right? And Osawa cured her. And they've talked about Osawa having done something with the drug that he was working on, right? So it's possible that she has she either has the antibodies or the antivirus in her, or she is carrying like the virus or whatever, you know, and that's why they want her. Because if they just had Maria, they're identical sisters. B, they were supposed to be at the same place at the same time, which they could have grabbed both of them at that point, but Hitomi was late. 3, if they just needed someone as leverage over Osawa, Maria would be enough, right? So why would they need Hitomi on top of that? They honestly don't. And 4, the detective was going to kill her, saying it would be good for you, you know. So those are all the things in my head that makes me think that Hitomi is carrying the virus or the antibodies or whatever it is. And the kidnappers have been laying in wait inside. Do you think they were trying to kidnap me too? That's it. Hachi clapped his hands together. Then they'd let your sister go and demand a ransom for you. Hachi, you're dumb. And then they'd make her deliver the ransom money for your release. They'd be able to get, like, infinite ransom money. Oh, God, Hachi. Hachi, you're so dumb. That seems a little far-fetched. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Now that she said so, Hachi realized it was kind of a ridiculous idea. God damn it, Hachi. Still, what if the kidnappers really were trying to kidnap me? Hitomi said. As in, like, they accidentally abducted the wrong twin? I mean, I guess that would have been easy to botch up. That would imply that they wanted me specifically, and not my sister. Hitomi paused briefly and thought. Maybe you're hotter than your sister or something. Hachi's suggestive enthusiasm. Hachi is so dumb. Hitomi shook her head. That can't be it. If anything, it's the other way around. Compared to my sister, I'm just... Oh, hey, stop right there. Hachi had to interrupt her. You're not just anything. Please, don't. I'm just... Tears had welled up in Hitomi's eyes. Why? Why'd this have to happen to her? Why not me? Oh, hey, come on, don't cry. I'm sorry. I was just thinking about how hot my sister is. Cheer up. It's like that song says. Don't just stand there. Wipe those tears away. That one. What? You know it. No, that was Hitomi saying that. Is that Aya Kamiki? Plombo, you said she was a fictional idol, but I ran into her name and she's like a real person. A real artist. Yeah, that's the one. I ran into her name because I was looking up information on time travelers. By the way, this game has it's not a pseudo-sequel, but you can think of it as like a successor, in that it has the director, writer, and a scenario writer, and the a musician from this game worked on Time Travelers for the 3DS, which also came to Vita, I think. But the 3DS version's translated as of like yesterday or today? I've already forgot. Yesterday. Yeah, that's the one. Put your hand in mine. Every single bee is a light. Huh? You know, every single bee is a light. Yeah, every single bee. It told me let out a giggle. Everything will be alright. Hmm? You've got the lyrics wrong. It's everything will be alright. Ah, right. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense, I guess. I like the bee lyric more. Hachi's mouth curled into a sheepish smile. I chewed on that smile. It's a smile. Oh, look, it's the exit sign guy. Alright, I think we've laid low long enough, Hachi said at last. Think we should be on our way? He was about to get to his feet when he heard voices outside the storeroom again. Yikes, that was pretty careless of us. Yeah, we definitely gotta watch it. Hergung. The theater guys from earlier had returned, and they sounded a bit panicked. Tomonari Takaya and Taro Toga, two members of the theater troupe The Wandering Angels. Takaya's a... Oh, this is different. Okay. Takaya is the Wandering Angels star actor, but lately, in addition to appearing on their stage, he's been taking on TV drama and film work as well. The next role he's slated for is in Sun TV's upcoming suspense drama, Sumo Queen 2, where he will play the referee who utters the lame line, "Looks like things are getting heavy," upon discovering a victim's dying message inscribed in one corner of the sumo ring. Well, we know in a different ending that Sumo Queen 2 bombed. So that might be the nail in this guy's coffin for his career. Maybe he'll bounce back from it. I heard folks have been messing with the storm room a bunch recently. Yug yug. And did you hear who's behind it? It's juvenile delinquents. Like a gang? Wow, that takes me way back. Alright, let's hurry on back. Achi rushed over to the door. He tried turning the knob, but the door wouldn't budge. Oh, come on, are you freaking kidding me? He paced frantically around the room, pulling at his hair. We're locked in. And that door was the only way in or out. Achi and Hitomi were well and truly trapped inside the storeroom. This is all my fault, Achi said. It was my idea to hide out here in the first place. He bowed to Hitomi repeatedly. We're never going to be able to find that blue minivan now. Guess we'll just have to get someone on the outside to help us, Hitomi replied. She scowled thoughtfully. They powered their phones back on in order to call for help. Hello. How's it going, Soda Wave Live? Thank you for raiding. Welcome raiders. Let me give you a shout out. What were you up to? You're playing Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD. I hope you had a good time. Hi, welcome raiders. I'm Snake Man, captain of the Dream Harrier. We are looking at 428 Shibuya Scramble, which is it's one of those visual novels. This one's got like 5 viewpoints. It's pretty cool. Hello, Volporium. This is your first time? I don't think. Yeah, I've never played Skyward Sword. I think I fell out of love with Zelda around Twilight Princess, and I just have skipped every Zelda since then. At some point, I would like to see some of the Zeldas I missed out on. I kind of want to play the DS ones. I didn't play the DS ones either. I'm a Link's Awakening kind of guy. Link's Awakening is my shit. Oh, we missed her phone is ringing and was playing the Idol song. Oh, Hitomi chirped. That's me. She took a look at the LCD display. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Ah, okay. Hitomi began typing out a response with practiced ease. More wild delusions rose in Achi's mind. Ideas or fantasies conjured up in one's mind with no logical or factual basis. People can become deluded for varying reasons about a whole host of different subjects. Thankfully, Achi's delusions here are of an ultimately harmless sort. Stealing a quick glance at Hitomi, he noticed her gazing happily on the phone's screen. His fucking guitar is going hard. His delusions ran even more wild. Alright, thanks for the follow, Volporium, and hope you have a good night, and, hope you feel better. Thanks for joining me. While he was still fretting furiously, Hitomi finished typing a response. So, what'd you wind up saying? Achi asked. I explained the situation. That we're trapped in the storeroom. You've got some guys chasing after you, and you're looking for some van? Oh, that was him saying that. That we're trapped in the storeroom, you've got some guys chasing after you, and you're looking for some van? Yes, I also asked him to please keep this a secret from my family and the police. Whoever this Tanaka guy was, Hitomi sure seemed to put a lot of trust in him. A short while later, Hitomi's phone chimed with a reply. She checked the screen in a flash, all eagerness. Achi couldn't help but ask, so what's that Tanaka guy have to say? Did his utmost to pretend he didn't notice. No, I think Achi would ask. Achi couldn't help but ask, so what's that Tanaka guy have to say? A hint of jealousy slipped into his voice. He says he's gonna try to find the minivan for us. Huh? If he just comes and let us out, I can go look for it myself. He says he wants us to hide out here a little longer. Ah, what the hell? Seriously? He says that if someone's after me, it's safer to stay where we are. Yeah, I'm out of the running, Achi thought to himself. This Tanaka was clearly pretty concerned for her. And there was really only one reason a middle-aged man would think like that. Alright, fine, we'll wait. Achi turned his own phone off, then slumped back in a humph. Poor Achi. He never scored. After 20 more minutes in the storeroom, the two were sitting in silence. Achi had run out of things to talk about. Do you think you'll ever be friends again? You and that one guy. Suzumu, I think it was. Oh, that's her asking him about the gang. Yeah, you think you'll ever be friends again? You and that one guy, Suzumu, I think it was? Hitomi's question caught Achi off guard. He stammered, unsure how to respond. Hitomi shook her head. I'm so sorry. I barely know you. That was insensitive of me. No, it's alright. I mean, sometimes I wish things would go back to the way they used to be, Achi said. He let out a tiny sigh. What that Kiryu guy said was the truth. I was the guy who founded SOS. You know what I mean by that? Hitomi gave a slight nod. I mean, I never wanted to be in charge of a gang or anything. But I knew that if I left, SOS would just fall apart. And I didn't want anyone else to get all caught up over who would take my place, you know? So I thought it long and hard about it. Looking for a way for folks to stay friends even after I was gone. Ah, the sexy saxophone's back. The loud voice echoed through the pool hall that served as SOS HQ. An establishment for playing pool, more formally known as pocket billiards. This particular place is a pool bar, serving alcohol. The standard pool table is rectangular in shape, sports 6 pockets, 4 in the corners and 1 in the middle of each long side, and supports multiple games including 9-ball, 8-ball, and rotation. There are also tables without pockets. This style is known as carom billiards. What do you mean you're leaving? Suzumu was positively red in the face. You're a founder, Achi. You can't just up and quit. Suzumu had been almost like a younger brother to Achi. If anyone was going to try to stop him, Achi knew full well it would be Suzumu. Look, I'm not gang leader material. All I've been trying to do is make sure we're all able to have fun. It's getting late. I can feel it. That's not true, Suzumu said. Think about all that stuff he taught us. Don't you remember? Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Those are your words, Achi. Did I say that? It's the heaviest thing you've ever said. Then, to Achi's consternation, Suzumu got down on his hands and knees. I'm begging you, please don't go. Without you, SOS is nothing. Achi could feel his conviction waver. I'm begging you here, from one man to another. This is my one request. Suzumu, I'm sorry. Achi could barely croak out the words. I'm leaving you in charge. You can't, Suzumu pleaded. Please don't say that. Achi turned his back to him in silence. Please, Achi, why won't you listen? I can't possibly beg any harder than this. Enough of all the request nonsense, Achi grimaced. What? Look at you, down on your hands and knees like that. Pathetic. Ultimately stems from the Greek pathetikos, meaning subject to feeling or capable of emotion. Over time, the meaning changed to signify exciting the passions, and later on to the more modern sense of arousing one's pity. Achi spoke as harshly as he could, fighting to mask his true feelings. I'm fed up with you, all of you. With each word out of his mouth, Achi could feel his own heart breaking. But if he can make the others hate him, at least it would give SOS a reason to stay together. How can you say that? Don't you try and pull that crap. Suzuma's tone had changed from sadness to anger. Fine then, he railed. I'm never asking you for anything again. I'll do what you want. I'll take the reins of SOS. Achi walked away, waving vaguely without looking back. Good luck. I mean it. Once he'd stepped out of the pool hall, he wiped his sleeve across his face. It came away wet with tears. Tragic Achi backstory. Sometimes I think that maybe I could apologize to those guys and we could go back to the good old days again. But that's never gonna happen. Not unless Suzune gets better. He stared into the distance, at nothing in particular. At least he'd sorted out how he felt about his former pals. Is there nothing that can help your sister? Hitomi asked. She needs a heart transplant. And the problem with heart transplants is that the timing is tricky. The act of surgically implanting one person's heart into another's body. Such an operation is typically only performed on a patient with severe heart disease who cannot survive without a new heart. There are strict requirements that must be met before a heart can be planted. However, chief among them, that the donor must first be brain dead. Even if there's a donor available, the transplant has to be performed within 4 hours or things get dicey. Because lack of oxygen causes damage, referred to as warm ischemia damage, in any organ removed from a human body, a transplant must be carried out and blood circulation restored within a certain time window, known as the total ischemic time. In the case of a heart transplant, total ischemic time is only 4 hours. Helicopters and charter jets are frequently used to rapidly transport hearts for such operations. Oh, wow, I didn't realize. Someone with a heart that's a match for Suzune would need to die somewhere near her, somewhere they could perform the surgery within that 4-hour window. I've really thought about this, and I've thought about killing people, but I don't know what heart they have. The odds of that happening are so small, it would almost be a miracle. Which is what my sister's been waiting for. Ashi thumped the left side of his chest. If my heart would do the trick, I'd gladly let her have it. Damn it. And I've got a strong heart, too. He thumped himself on the chest again and again. He didn't mention it to Hitomi, but Suzune's blood type made finding her a heart transplant even more difficult. She had Bombay blood, a type of blood that does not correspond to the more common types of A, B, O, or AB. In some instances, a standard blood typing yields a result of O in such individuals. First discovered in the city of Bombay, now Mumbai, on India's west coast, the blood type takes its name from the city due to its relatively high incidence rate amongst the inhabitants. It is one of the rarest blood types in the world. Apparently there were only a few dozen people in all of Japan who had it. Rare blood types such as Bombay are scarce enough that even nationwide blood centers seldom have them in sufficient supply. For this reason, when such blood types are discovered in everyday testing, samples are quickly taken to be frozen and stored at temperatures lower than 80 degrees below centigrade. If Suzune would ever to receive a heart transplant, it would need to be from someone who also had Bombay blood. Achi? Hitomi sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Wow, she must really feel bad for Suzune. If you did manage to find a heart for your sister, what would you do? What do you mean? Say if you happened to cross someone who was a donor match. I would do anything. Anything? Yeah, whatever it took. I'd risk my own life if it meant helping Suzune. I mean, at that point, I'd assume God had granted me a miracle or something, you know? Unfortunately for these two, it's not Mr. Tanaka. Right now, Tanaka is at the Osawa residence on his way to speak with Kenji Osawa, who's washing dishes after lunch. Mr. Tanaka? So we actually are at Kenji Osawa's jump point? Part of me is considering leaving this here. But I guess I would end her point too. It's like I want to end all this, but I also kind of want to see Tama's ending before we go. But we're already like at 3 hours and 50 minutes because of the delays. So what I'm gonna do is, well, we still haven't hit Tama's. We don't have a jump point for Tama anyway. I guess we have to keep going to try to figure out. Again, I'm gonna keep going. Is everyone good? I accidentally restarted. That's okay, because it was the first thing. Do I take the jump or not? I mean, getting Kenji Isawa done might be good to just wrap that up. Because he only has 5 minutes left. Alright, so when we last left Kenji Osawa, Mr. Kajiwara had just made him a delicious meal. However, Mr. Kajiwara's beepy thing... Director, if you have a moment. Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Tanaka's, bug tracker went off. Yes, of course. Osawa took the bug tracker from his pocket and handed it back to Kajiwara. I won't be needing this anymore. As soon as they had left the kitchen, Tanaka leaned in close and whispered to him. I got an email from Hitomi. He showed his cell phone to Osawa. It looks like my sister is being held captive in a blue minivan somewhere in Shibuya. But that man is still chasing me, so I can't really go looking for it. A blue minivan? Allow me to handle this, sir. I'll figure something out. Osawa knew he trusted Tanaka for a reason. Thank you, he said with a bow. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know any place she might have gone, do you, sir? What? It's just that all she told me is that she's been moving around. I'm sorry, I don't really have any idea, Osawa replied. He was ashamed to say it. There wasn't a single place he knew of where his daughter might be inclined to go. Ah, I see. Tanaka, picking up on his discomfort, was visibly embarrassed himself. He hastened to change the subject. By the way, how did your talk with Mr. Makino go? I confirmed he was behind the human testing, but I don't know who sent me those emails. Tanaka paused for a moment and thought, looking like he might have a hunch. Alright then, he said. We'll have to talk in more detail later. With that, the assistant director headed for the front door. Mr. Osawa? Kajiwara spoke from the kitchen door. Peeping in on me again, huh? I like this shot of Kajiwara. It's very ominous. With the hand on the wall, Osawa grumbled. Thankfully, it didn't appear that the detective had overheard this conversation with Tanaka. Man, good grief, that thing is noisy. If it's broken, why don't you just throw it out? The sounds from the bug tracker grew fainter and fainter. Something wasn't right, Osawa now realized. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara said. This is my bug tracker. So? Osawa huffed. What I mean is, sir, this one isn't broken. What? A chill ran up. Sorry, this music just caught me, just blindsided me. A chill ran up Osawa's spine. He swallowed audibly. I pinpointed the source of the signal, Kajiwara said. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka. No, Osawa thought. I must have misheard that. Hold on, say that again. I've located the source of the signal. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka, the detective repeated. This time Osawa heard him crystal clear. I'm certain of it. Mr. Tanaka has a listening device on him. Osawa felt the blood draining from his face. If someone had been listening in on the conversation just now, then they had heard about the email from Hitomi. If the kidnappers were the ones listening, that meant Maria's life was now in danger. I'll go after him, sir. Kajiwara broke into a sprint. Osawa followed close behind. To be continued? Well, okay. So we gotta finish up Achi. Mr. Tanaka? Hitomi's voice was barely a squeak, so someone is finding Hitomi in here, maybe. For a moment, all was silent. Maybe it's just a cat, Achi suggested, or not. So we do have our jump point for Tama. Let's try to wrap this one up first, and then we'll go to Tama. We'll end up there. The doorknob rattled ominously, unless this spoils us on Tama. If that's the case... No, let's just... You really think that's Tanaka? Achi asked. I'm not sure. If it were him, I think he'd probably say something. Achi grabbed Hitomi's hand. We better hide. The two of them slipped behind a large piece of plywood stage dressing. The door swung open with a loud creak. In stepped a cat. If this is happening after the incident, or after the Tama stuff, that means this is someone else in the Tama suit. Oh, it's just a kitty cat. A giant kitty cat, walking upright. Achi and Hitomi stared in confusion as someone in a cat costume slipped into the room. There was something vaguely sinister about the fuzzy figure. The cat had both hands stuffed into its pockets and shuffled as it walked, dragging one leg. Okay, so this is the detective? You think that's someone with the theater troupe? Achi whispered. Maybe. The two huddled in the shadows, pressed almost cheek to cheek. They watched as the cat rifled around inside one of its pockets and then pulled something out. It was a bundle of keys. No doubt the ones it had used to get inside. Achi's eyes fixed on the furry mitt that held them. It's bloodied. It was stained dark red. That could be only one thing. Blood. In that moment, Achi finally realized just what was going on. That's no theater guy. It was the assassin. He used the cat suit to slip past the theater people, and had somehow gotten his hands on the storeroom keys. That's how he did it, I guess? Now he tossed the keys away, then delicately adjusted the costume's wobbly head. Hitomi, we gotta run. Huh? Hitomi seemed frozen, mesmerized. The cat turned directly toward them. The fur around its mouth was stained crimson. It has a gun. Hitomi let out a high-pitched cry of shock. The cat drew its other hand out of its pocket. He's been busy. Maybe he killed the other foreign guy. Clutched in his mitt was a gun. Achi and Hitomi had nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Bad end. What's up with the cat? Disguised in the cat costume, the killer managed to corner Achi and Hitomi. But where did he get that costume? As it happens, it's Tama's fault. She tossed the suit away after taking it off, allowing the assassin to find it and use it to deceive the theater troupe and gain access to the storeroom. Little could she have known. So we do need to go to Tama's story, but Also, how does this work against the theater troupe? Ah, it's the cat. It's like what? uh... Wait, where's the cat line? Maybe it's in this one. Okay, it's here. For some reason I wasn't seeing it. Alright, we have to finish Tama, I guess. This will be our last event, I think. I need to call it at some point. It's time I skin this cat. I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. I take a hold of the head in both hands and yank it upward as hard as I can. Uh-huh. Please tell me I'm not just imagining things. The head feels a whole lot looser than it did before. If I give it a good enough push, then maybe. Rarg! Her power cannot be contained. I said that last time, but she is truly the most powerful being. It comes off. I did it! I slip out of the rest of the cat costume and gleefully abandon it as I head for the knickknack shop. Aha, so we need this to not happen. We cannot get rid of the suit. We must stay in the suit longer. Dang. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. A popular folk etymology asserts that the expression, let the cat out of the bag, comes from the unscrupulous practices of certain farmers who would sell a pig at market only to deceive the buyer by surreptitiously swapping out the purchased porker for a cat. The likelihood of anyone mistaking a cat, even one inside a bag, for a pig is, however, extremely low, let alone the likelihood that enough people would fall for such a scheme to warrant a phrase referring to it entering the language. I figure I'll head to the knickknack shop as is. I mean, to be fair, that's how the person knows you. So now we have to go back to Achi. Okay, Achi's whole thing is completely different now. Alright, this is her asking her what he would do. Maybe. It could get muffled by the helmet, though. It's hard to know. I would do anything. Anything? Yeah, whatever it took. I'd risk my own life if it meant helping Suzune. I mean, at that point, I'd assume God granted me a miracle or something, you know? Someone is still coming through the door. Mr. Tanaka? Hitomi's voice was barely a squeak. For a moment, all was silent. Maybe it's just a cat, Achi suggested. Or not. Suddenly someone hit the door hard. It sounded like they were trying to break the lock. You really think that's Tanaka? Achi asked. I'm not sure. If it were him, I'd think he'd probably say something. Achi grabbed Hitomi's hand. So she didn't tell Tanaka where she was, but everyone's been able to find Hitomi, implying that maybe Hitomi has some tracking device maybe on her. Because everyone can find her easily. Achi grabbed Hitomi's hand. We'd better hide. The two of them slipped behind a large piece of plywood stage dressing. The door swung open with a loud creak. Alright, this time no cat costume. In stepped the man with the cane. What the heck? Achi whispered. What's he doing here? Gun drawn, the assassin prowled slowly around the storeroom. Achi and Hitomi crouched behind the plywood prop, trying not to make a sound. The man moved out of their line of sight. Achi gazed longingly at the door. Achi risked a peek around the corner of the plywood. He still couldn't see the man with the cane. The door was maybe 5 meters away. What should they do? Do they make a run for it, or do they need to wait for a safer chance? I say we take the run. Let's go for it. They just need to make a run for it. Achi took a firm grip of Hitomi's hand. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a cell phone vibrating from behind a tall piece of plywood leaning by the door. The assassin stepped out from behind it. If they made a run for it, they'd probably have bumped right into him. That was a close one. Game, why are you gonna give me these choices? Achi wiped away a few beads of cold sweat. I'm sure this is the place. His voice was low and confident. Uh-oh, did he have friends? Still clutching his phone, the assassin wandered deeper into the storeroom. Achi and Hitomi took the opportunity to slip out the door. They ran through the alleyways back towards the main road. Before they reached it, however, they suddenly found their path cut off by one of the foreigners who chased them earlier, the accomplice of the man with the pipe. He stood waiting for them, holding a knife in one hand. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. If they turned back, Achi knew the man with the cane might catch up with them. And he had a gun. Achi slipped off his sleeveless jacket and wrapped it around his left arm. He was going to have to use his left arm to guard against the knife while punching with his right hand. He clenched his fist and braced himself. And then suddenly, he froze. Huh? A small dark silhouette dropped from somewhere up above. Landing deftly, the newcomer lunged towards the man with the knife, closing the gap between them in the blink of an eye. Ugh! The figure delivered a swift chop to the back of the man's neck. He dropped to the pavement like a dead man, finally giving an Achi a clear view of the shadow behind him. Achi couldn't believe his eyes. It was a small-statured young woman with Middle Eastern features. Oh, she's probably the one that killed all the foreign people. Hitomi let out a little gasp. Kanan? Okay, so we know that Hitomi has been to the Middle East. No, I think you're thinking of Klana. This one's a spin-off anime. So we need to go back to this jump point so we can finish Tama. In theory, hopefully finish Kano. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just go for it. I'm just gonna get done with this. I need to jump. It's so funny that the cat costume was the only thing that like saved us. Still kind of crazy. I didn't realize that character showed up in this game. So I knew about this anime a long time ago, but I didn't know it was attached to you're thinking of Catan, huh? Yeah, I knew about the anime Kanon, and I knew it was by the Fate Stay Night. What's the not Nasu? The Tsukihime and Fate writer. And he worked on this game. And I guess that anime is like he worked on the anime that is a spin-off of this. The anime happens after this. Those are all the things I know about Kanon. And I watched like a fight scene a long time ago. I've probably seen clips of it. We're gonna watch that in the Discord once we're done with this. We'll have to figure out what time to do that. But I gotta finish this first. The sales demo is over, and against all odds, I managed to get paid. Money clutched in one paw, I head to the knickknack shop to finally buy that necklace. I can't stop thinking about it. Hello? Anyone here? I call out. There's no reply. Is the shopkeeper out? Oh, he might be talking to Minorikawa right now. Ah, just a moment. Panting, the sales clerk comes scurrying into the shop behind me. Sorry about that, I just had to pop out for a sec. Phew, you would not believe what I just saw. He leans against the pillar, gasping audibly as he tries to catch his breath. Ah, you're here about that necklace. Do you still have it? Of course. Thank you so much. I have half the money here and the rest is in my... Oh. I suddenly remembered something very important. Oh no. Sales clerk gives me a curious look. What's the matter? My wallet, it's still in here. I pat the costume around the tummy. So why don't you just take that outfit off? Well, I mean, the zipper's kind of broken. I wouldn't be having all this trouble if I could just get out of this darn costume. Kinda broken? It's way more broken than that. She's been through some things. The sales clerk points me to a full-body mirror. He's right, the zipper in back is hanging open. Taking this thing off will be a cinch now. Oh, thank you. I give him a bow. I'm not sure you need to be thanking me, he says. No, I do. If you hadn't pointed that out, I might have let myself stay stuck in here forever. So really, thank you so much. I bow again and again. I love that. That was FMV. Huh. So that's Maria? I need a shot of Hitomi. God, I don't know. Yeah, that's definitely Maria. Okay. So Maria is in the cat suit? She woke up today in the storeroom. She might have amnesia from either the stress of being kidnapped or something else happened to her. I think I said that was a possibility early on, but I think I started leaning less and less to that. So everyone is at to be continued point except Kano. The phone call really does change everything for him, doesn't it? Yeah, but it wouldn't make sense because she's still in the hospital and I think she'd be too young. I'm gonna switch this Kano thing. There could be a different choice that I need to make. What was the bad end? Oop, I hit B. This is gonna be so crazy. We're not gonna have the cat Tama anymore. I wanna look at the bad end. Oh, it gives that to you right here. That's so good. 1340, that throws a wrench. 1340. Who can make a choice at 1340? Minorikawa can make a choice at 1340. And Tama can, but the Tama choice doesn't seem to affect Kano. Yeah, I think it's Minorikawa. Wait, so we're changing this. Oh, that's a shame, because we got to learn a lot about that. But I guess if we do this, this guy gets away. Huh? I think it's always the start time is at the top. So this starts at 1340. Whereas Achi's is in 1335. Also, it's just us telling... Oop, I didn't mean to do that. It's just the choice that we either look at a screen, we ask her what Tanaka guy wanted, or we do our utmost to pretend we don't notice the message. Which I could check, but I don't think that would do anything. Okay, if this timing changes, then Minorikawa is at somewhere else. That means that he doesn't talk to that one guy that tells him to call into the police. And it's possible that Mr. Yanagashita gets away from the loan sharks. No, nothing really came to mind. It's about time to wrap this up. Thank you for your time, Mr. Yanagashita. If you'll excuse me, though, I have to get to another interview. Ah, no, of course. Allow me to walk you out. Yanagashita rose to his feet as Minorikawa got up to leave. Oh, that won't be necessary. It's no trouble. I'm heading out now myself. Gotta run before those guys show up. What guys do you mean? Oh, nobody. Just a personal thing is all. They parted ways outside the building, and Minorikawa headed off to the cafe to put his article together. I think one thing I'd like to do after we beat this game is to try to get all the alternate paths. I did learn that there's like an unlockable game that might be tied to one of the characters seeing all of their possible paths. And it's a game based on Door. And I love me some Door. I don't actually love Door that much, but maybe I will find love for it. Okay, so he does run into him. But maybe Mr. Yanagashita does something. Mr. Yanagashita is free now. He's a free agent. Okay, so this does not change Minorikawa's story. However, Kano's story is now changing. It's probably because Mr. Yanagashita is free. What can Mr. Yanagashita do? At long last, this traffic began to move again. Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. Well, he's immediately in here. A frantic-looking man had jumped out in front of the car. Whoa, hey, what the hell are you doing? Kano sputtered. The stranger plastered his face against the passenger side window. Open up! He shouted. Open the door! The guy showed every sign of total panic. Junichi Yanagashita. Something happened just after he parted ways with Minorikawa, and now he's running this way, and in quite a panic at that. It's interesting that it gives me a jump point. Not that I need it. Don't do it, Stanley warned. Kano hesitated. It wasn't like they could just drive off with this fellow clinging to the car. Please, you gotta help me. This is a good picture. The man slipped his fingers in through the gap in the window, trying to force it further open. Help me. Whoa, hold on. What's your deal? Help me. My throat is very hoarse. I don't think I could do the Mr. Yanagashita voice I was doing before. Sir, just tell me what... Help me! Look, up ahead, Stanley exclaimed suddenly. Kano whipped his head around. Every time the song jumps in, it's really funny to me. There, walking the sidewalk ahead, was Al Karwan, very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano tried to jump out of the car, but the frantic stranger had gotten his upper body wedged in the window, and the door wouldn't open. Stanley, his usual steely expression replaced with a look of shock, exited on the driver's side and went after Al Karwan himself. Kano shouted at the man in the window, "Get out of my way! Stanley, wait." "Alright, get in." "Yeah, let's go for a joyride." "Get in." If the guy was that desperate to get inside, Kano wasn't about to stop him. Besides, he needed to get the guy to calm down and let go of his arm. "Ow!" the man yelled. "Let go, let go." He was the one holding on. Why was he demanding to be let go? What the hell is going on? Just as Kano's thoughts were forming, the crazed stranger was yanked back out of the car, dragging Kano with him. A pair of rough-looking men had grabbed him by his lower body. "No, no!" he screamed. "I can't do 80 days! Hard labor?" Somehow he was still managing to cling to the car door. "That's all you gotta do? Just give it up and let go already," snarled one of the assailants. The pair shifted their grip and pulled even harder. Kano heard the sound of tearing fabric as the two toughs tumbled backwards. And just like that, the crazed stranger was stripped down to his boxers. He let out a pathetic wail. I like his heart boxers, and I also like the one guy on the left. He's really into them. He's like, "Whoa, look at those boxers." Aw, man. The two toughs burst into uproarious laughter at the sight. "Now's our chance," one of them managed to sputter. The pantsless man snatched up his ruined garment and bolted like a startled hare, to dart off incredibly quickly in the manner of a fleeing rabbit. Yanagashita runs a lot more like a rat than a rabbit, though. Still cackling madly, his two pursuers rushed after him. Kano was still staring dumbstruck at the spectacle when Stanley returned to the car. "No luck. I'd lost track of him. What were you doing?" "This doesn't make sense," Kano said, forcing himself to refocus on the case. "Al Caravan was taken back to the precinct. What's he doing walking free?" Stanley gave him a dubious look. "Have you seriously not figured it out?" he asked. "Or is this some kind of strange Japanese joke I'm not getting?" "What are you talking about?" Kano replied. "Do you know something I don't?" "Evidently I do. Your detective, Tatano, let him go on purpose. That's the only explanation." Enraged at the suggestion, Kano took a swing at him, but Stanley coolly caught his fist. "It's not me you should be punching," the American warned. "It's Tatano." Abashed, Kano radioed up Kuze on the wireless. "Sir, did Detective Tatano bring Tariq al-Karwan into the precinct?" "It would appear that Detective Tatano has gone rogue," Kuze replied with chagrin. "He... what?" Surely Kano had misheard. "We received an eyewitness account. Someone saw him allowing the suspect to go free." No, it can't be. "We currently do not know Detective Tatano's whereabouts. Or just what the hell is going on with him." After Kano ended the call, Stanley let out a low chuckle. "Heh, I see. Looks like you had a traitor in your midst." Kano grabbed him by the collar. Stanley snorted. "What are you trying to pull here?" "Tell me what you know," Kano snapped. "All I did was state the facts. Look, I watched that man risk his life to talk down a would-be arsonist. He's a dyed-in-the-wool detective. He'd never betray anybody." "I see," Stanley murmured. "Then he's the real deal." Kano stared in surprise. He'd expected an argument. Good, he said. I'm glad we're on the same page. Or, I guess Stanley said that. Good, he said. I'm glad we're on the same page. Tadano risked his life in order to get people to trust him. He's a dyed-in-the-wool spy, is what he is. Kano didn't have the words. I had the characters backwards, I'm sorry. He clenched his fist, trembling once more. He fumbled for his cell phone again. He dialed Tatano's number. The phone rang 5 times, but failed to connect. There has to be a reason for this, Kano muttered. Tatano must know something we don't. Really now, Stanley scoffed. And what makes you so sure of that? Because Detective Tano was sure this kidnapping wasn't about the ransom. Kano's mind drifted back to 9 o'clock that morning. This is before the events of the game. Ahead of their stakeout at the Scramble, he was walking with Tatano through the halls of the Shibuya precinct. We're going to do a bang-up job out there, Detective We're going to do a bang-up job out there, Detective Tatano, he chirped. He was maybe a bit too excited about getting to take part in such a major case. Yeah, my voice is completely shot from this stream. I need to drink water. Tatano patted Kano on the back. You need to take a step back. You're not letting yourself see the forest for the trees. What do you mean, sir? What I mean is that this is no ordinary kidnapping. Tatano's words triggered a little revelation. You're talking about the location for the ransom handoff, aren't you? Kano said. It doesn't make sense for the criminals to pick such a major intersection. Warmer? Tatano replied. Kano frowned inwardly. He'd been so sure that was the answer. Have you thought about why they asked to have the sister make the handoff? Kano thought some more before answering. Because women are easier to deal with? He suggested. Kano, get your ass out of the Middle Ages. Colder. If that was the case, why not pick the mother? No, what worries me is the fact that the Osawa girls are twins. They're having us send someone to the handoff who looks identical to the girl they kidnapped. What's going to happen when we do that? What is going to happen, sir? I'm not sure yet, but I have a feeling the kidnapper's plan hinges on it. The two exited through the precinct's main entrance. Up ahead, rows of buildings stood tall against a backdrop of bright blue sky. Tatano let out a quiet sigh. Oh, okay. I haven't had any issues. It was you. Aha! I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you. Everyone hates to get Comcasted. I think it might be my router. Like, rebooting it just, like, it made it work instantly. And I think that's what happened last time, which is making me feel kind of weird about the router. But this router was expensive. And I don't have router money. I might need to fundraise router money. Up ahead, rows of buildings stood tall against a backdrop of bright blue sky. Tatano let out a quiet sigh. To think that so many terrible things are happening out there on such a beautiful day. Solve one case and another's waiting, he went on. As always. What is it about people that drives them to do such horrible things? A girl abducted out of pure greed. When I think of how her parents must feel, I almost can't bear it. They made their way towards the Scramble. Tatano continued talking in a quiet voice. My father was a raging alcoholic. The house was always a complete mess. He was loud, violent, never had any money, always reeked of booze. My mother, she would cry and cry. I was afraid to come home. Every day I stayed out playing as late as I could possibly manage. Kano could hear the pain in Tatano's voice. That life took too much of a toll on my mother. She died when I was still in grade school. And my father? He just got worse. I was there with him at the end, after he'd wasted away to almost nothing. Not the sort of childhood I'd ever wish on anybody. Sounds like he really went through a lot. Kano hated himself for uttering such an empty platitude, but he had no idea what else to say. Kano, as old as I am, I still don't really know what it is to be happy. I think that's probably why I've never known what it's like to have a happy family. Tatsuno sounded so forlorn. The only happiness I know is how to protect. The only happiness I know how to protect is other people's happiness. Kano heard in those words the soul of a true detective. I just hope you're ready. Kano did his best to keep his voice as calm and level as he could, lifting up his clenched fist. Hell yeah. Because if I find proof that Tatsuno is innocent, I'm planting this right into your jaw. Stanley just cracked a wry smile. The traffic had finally diminished and they rapidly drew close to their destination. The syndicate's hangout was in Tomigaya, to the southwest of Yoyogi Park. The ratty building looked like it might come crashing down at any minute. The black lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity. I'll take the point, Stanley said. You back me up. He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by the FBI or CIA. Kano drew his own gun and the two cautiously made their way inside. At the end of the hallway was a wooden door. Stanley signaled with his eyes. Kano gave a tiny nod and Stanley kicked the door in. The stench of blood hit them as soon as they stepped inside. Kano let out a startled gasp. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled out across the floor. He recognized them all. They were men who'd participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. Stanley took a closer look. The blood's not fully dried. These guys weren't killed that long ago. Kano quickly scanned the bar high and low, but there were no signs of a killer in hiding. There was no trace of Maria either. One of the fallen men let out a faint, strained groan. Hey, Kano called out. Stay with us. He hunched down beside the wounded man. Ugh. A brief gurgle rose from the man's throat. He was clearly struggling to say something, but his voice was too garbled, too indistinct for Kano to make out any incoherent words. Kanan. What was that? But there was no more. The dying man went limp and still. To be continued. I've got a really bad preposition about this. Never take anything at face value. Just who are you calling Flim Flam? Do you know me? You hoarded so many things to yourself. We did it, we made it to 2 o'clock. We got an achievement called Deadly Preposition. And look at her! We heard it from The Achi. Achi's ending. Achi ran into the foreign guy. One of the foreign guys with a knife. And then that foreign guy got killed by Kanan. I don't remember who said it. Oh, Hitomi said it. Hitomi said her name. It's now 2 o'clock. We're at 1400 hours. It happened right here. We got to see her take it off. But yeah, it is funny that they just call her Maria. I mean, I figured it from the look, but... Yeah, a lot of things. Including, who is Kanan? Achi has just run into her. Kanan was responsible for the murders... for murdering the foreign syndicate men. What is she after? But this will have to wait. Well, thanks for hanging in there. I'm sorry it got kind of late. Oops. I forgot you can control this with the mouse. Kinda? Anyway. We didn't get to Hydra Castle Labyrinth last week. As you can see on the schedule on Friday, so we'll get to it next week. We also need to finish Team Innocent. And there will still be more 428 Shibuya Scramble. I think this was a good hour of 428. I think everyone had a good time, right? A lot of twists. A lot of twists, a lot of turns. Hitomi knows the assassin. Which is interesting. Maria is in the Tama suit. But why? How did she get away from the kidnappers? How did she get amnesia? Oh, Kanan. The lady assassin. She knows her because she called out her name at the end of the Achi timeline. And we know that Hitomi has been to the Middle East. And Kanan has Middle Eastern facial expressions. You don't remember? It just happened. It is late. I don't blame you. The other guy, the guy with the gun, that's the detective that's gone rogue. That's Tatsuno. Which I called out immediately a long time ago based on his gun and his suit and stuff. And the fact that no one could get in touch with him. So Tatsuno has gone rogue. Is chasing after Hitomi. All that we know about Kanan, I might have got distracted by talking about her anime. All we know about Kanan is that she killed the foreigners. She killed Kano and Stanley in a bad ending. She killed the foreigners, and then in a scene where Achi was gonna fight a foreigner with a knife, she took out the foreigner, and then Hitomi recognized her. That's pretty much all we know about Kanan. I mentioned that I know a little bit more about her because I knew that she had an anime, but I did not know it was tied to the 428 until I started looking up 428 in order to play 428. But yes, Kanan has her own anime that happens after the events of 428. And we will watch that in the Discord so that we can get the full 428 story. And now I have to play Time Travelers, which, by the way, Time Travelers is not published by Spike-Chunsoft. It's published by Level 5. But Tama just appears in it. Tama and Mr. Yamagashita and maybe some other characters just appear in it. I don't know if they're actually characters or just cameos, but they appear in it. And it's funny. I mean, I don't know if it's funny, but it's weird. Connected universes, man. Yeah. Hey, I need to go to bed. It's like 3:30 over here. Oh, you can see that. There's a clock over here. Anyway, I need to find someone to send you off to. Pixel Turkey's playing Silent Hill. Lord BBH is doing Chivos, but he's probably wrapping up soon. Yeah, sorry about the late start. We were having internet issues. Yeah, I guess I'll send you the Pixel Turkey. She's probably gonna keep going for a while. She's playing Silent Hill for the first time. You'll have to see it. I do not know how to turn off the bot that says "Have a great rest of your day." He's the bot that takes out other bots, like follow bots and spam bots. Is his job, and he's very good at it. But now he's telling me to have a good day and stay hydrated, which I mean is good advice. But it is kind of weird because he wasn't saying anything before. Because I disabled most of his, like, he has a message if you're going live, but I disabled that. Anyway, I gotta see if they added a toggle for that. Anyway, everyone go say hi to Silent Hill, to Pixel Turkey. She's Aussie, I think. Anyway, bye-bye.